The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 19, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Anthony D. Esposito to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On his first day in office, President Biden turned his attention to a campaign promise that he made in May of 2020, and he canceled the Keystone XL pipeline. Since then, President Biden has continued his campaign against the energy resources that are underneath the feet of my constituents. He has created more red tape regulations. He has canceled new permits. And he has imposed a ban on the shipment of liquefied natural gas. All of these efforts are a coordinated part to appease President Biden's far-left base, all at the expense of American energy prices. In 2022, the national average for a gallon of gas reached over $5 a gallon for the first time in our history. Now, the average price for a gallon of gas is once again on the rise, recently hitting a 4-month high. Pennsylvanians cannot afford these rising prices and cannot afford a president who puts politics ahead of what is best for American families. It is time to put a stop on the war against American energy and return to using the baseload power that we can produce right here at home. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, last week, President Biden offered a budget that fails to address the concerns of the American people. Instead of working to secure our border, get a handle on inflation, and grow our economy, this budget proposed offers handouts to the far left, it grows bureaucracy, and it wastes taxpayers' dollars. Instead of working to cut spending, this bill would include a $4.9 trillion in new taxes and spend $86 trillion over the next 10 years. And worst of all, this budget fails to secure our border. Instead of directing funds towards border security, President Biden has allocated $4 billion in Homeland Security budget for Green New Deal climate initiatives. The climate that he should be addressing is the poorest open border that brings drugs and crime into our country. It is clear that this administration is more focused on growing its agencies and investing in liberal policies and spending trillions of taxpayer dollars at that same time that our debt continues to spiral out of control. This is all unacceptable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every year, the Washington Centerville Public Library sponsors the Irma Bombeck writing competition, focused on humor and human-focused essays. Only 4 winners are chosen out of hundreds of entries from across the world. Among this year's winners are Charla Schaefer from Muscatine, Iowa, who won the Global Humor category with her piece, Funeral Notes. In a world often fraught with challenges, Charla's ability to infuse humor and humanity into her writing is a true gift. After serving with distinction in various leadership roles, including the Vice President of Marketing and Retail Banking at First National Bank in Muscatine and Executive Director at the Muscatine Center for Social Action, she continues to lead by example as President of the Community Foundation of Greater Muscatine and as a board member of the Iowa Council of Foundations. Congratulations, Charlotte, on this remarkable achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in recognition of National Agriculture Day. In Iowa, agriculture isn't just an industry, it's a way of life. Our farmers, with their unwavering dedication and tireless efforts, not only feed our communities, but also sustain our economy, nourish our nation, and fuel the world. The fertile soils of Iowa have long been recognized as some of the most productive in the world. With over 80% of Iowa's land dedicated to agricultural purposes, our farmers serve as the backbone of our communities, economy, and state. Iowa stands as a leading producer of soybeans, corn, pork, and eggs in the United States. Notably, we also lead the nation in ethanol, biodiesel production, contributing to both domestic and global needs. Throughout my tenure in Congress, I have had the privilege of engaging with many of Iowa's farmers, listening to their concerns, and champion their ideas. Today, I'm proud to recognize their hard work and vow to continue fighting here in Congress to ensure that farmers have access to the resources and incentives they need to continue to feed and fuel our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to congratulate United Way of Muscatine for 70 years of service to Muscatine County and the surrounding area. United Way of Muscatine has played a pivotal role in feeding the hungry, housing the homeless, and educating children for several decades, and I laud them and their staff for their tireless service to make our communities better. With rising food and rent prices causing mass uncertainty and anxiety among hardworking Americans, United Way serves as a beacon of hope for those in need of help. Their food and housing assistance programs, as well as their programs to help victims of abuse and trafficking, are integral helping hand to southeastern Iowa. Their tireless work to serve their community is commendable, and I hope my colleagues will join me in celebrating the 70th anniversary of this wonderful organization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great enthusiasm that I announce the induction of Dr. David C. Hilmers, an Iowa-born former astronaut and retired U.S. Marine Corps colonel, into the U.S. Astronaut Hall of Fame. Dr. Hilmers, raised in DeWitt, Iowa, began his journey after graduating from Central Community High School in 1968. With 5 academic degrees, he stands as the second most formally educated U.S. astronaut, showcasing his intellectual prowess and dedication. His illustrious career spans 4 space missions with NASA, totaling over 493 hours in space, and he's not the only Iowa-born and raised astronaut. Beyond his space endeavors, Dr. Hilmers earned his MD with honors from Baylor College of Medicine. Today, as professor of Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, Texas, he continues his impactful work in global health and humanitarian relief efforts. Dr. Hilmers' remarkable journey inspires us to pursue knowledge, explore new horizons, and serve our fellow human beings with compassion and dedication. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate student Caitlin and Madeline Thiede, Grady Clausen, Collier Rockow, and Lexi Henning from Wilton Junior Senior High School for being the statewide winners of the 14th annual Samsung Solve for Tomorrow National STEM Competition. They invented a grain elevator level tracker that would help farmers track the height of their grain with a system of lights that helps farmers determine the grain height inside the silo. This invention will protect hardworking Iowa farmers from dangerous grain elevator accidents and represents a monumental step forward in agricultural safety. The Samsung Solve for Tomorrow competition is a national competition that picks one winner from each of the 50 states. These students beat out hundreds of other submissions with their clever invention that will save lives and protect farmers across Iowa. These students now aim to compete to be one of the 10 finalists, with 3 being named national winners. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating these incredible achievements and wishing these students the best as they continue marching toward the finish line. And if we can bring their poster back, we can show these students. And then, Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend birthday wishes and greetings to my daughter. Happy birthday, Taylor. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? O righteous one, we pause in stillness before you. We wait patiently for you as this new week begins, for we know you will give us the desires of our heart, speaking to us your word of truth. On our part, may we come to trust you. Then may our trust in you know no boundaries. May no uncertainty, no doubt, no fear or anxiety serve as barriers for our trust in your steadfast love for us. May our faith in you encourage us to walk closer to you, to follow where you lead us, and to go where you call us to go, sure of your grace plan. Keep our eyes above the waves that threaten us. Keep our feet on the foundation you have laid beneath us. Keep our will away from the temptations that surround us. And keep our hearts within your own loving embrace. Today, on this day, in all that we say or do, may we trust in you, O Lord, and do what is good. Sure of your omniscience and omnipotence, we are bold to pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate students Caitlin and Madeline Thede, Grady Clausen, Collier Rockow, and Lexi Hemming from Wilton Junior Senior High School for being the statewide winners of the 14th annual Samsung Solve for Tomorrow National STEM Competition. They invented a grain elevator level tracker that would help farmers track the height of their grain with a system of lights that helps farmers determine the grain height inside the grain bin. This invention will protect the hardworking Iowa farmers from dangerous grain elevator accidents and represents a monumental step forward in agricultural safety. The Samsung Solve for Tomorrow competition is a national competition that picks one winner from each of the 50 states. These students beat out hundreds of other submissions with their clever invention that will save lives and protect farmers across Iowa. These students will now aim to compete to be one of 10 finalists, with 3 being named national winners. Ms. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating this incredible achievement and wishing these students the best as they continue marching toward the finish line. I'd also like to take a moment to wish my daughter a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Taylor. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Consent to address those for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the Biden-Harris administration recently announced nearly $1.7 billion in new commitments as part of the White House challenge to end hunger and build healthy communities. In 2022, when President Biden hosted the second ever White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health, I told those in attendance that the event couldn't be a one-off. We couldn't gather in D.C., pat each other on the back, and not deliver on our ambitious goals. These new bold commitments from 141 stakeholders from across the nation, including health systems, insurers, nonprofits, philanthropic groups, academia, and local elected officials, show that we're not taking our foot off the gas to meet the President's goal of ending hunger and reducing diet-related diseases by 2030. I want to thank President Biden, my good friend Chef Jose Andres from the President's Council on Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition, Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack, Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra, and everyone who is playing a part, big and small, to end hunger once and for all. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Madam Speaker.
So recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A Biden agency called PBGC wanted to fleece the taxpayers of $127 million by funding pensions for dead participants. Let me repeat, $127 million for dead pension participants. Only after repeated calls by the Committee on Education and the Workforce for PBGC to correct its work has it decided to claw back those funds. Thanks to the tireless work of the committee, PBGC is being held accountable. Accountability and fiscal responsibility were once shared bipartisan values. A former Republican senator has been famously quoted as saying, "A billion here, a billion there, pretty soon you're talking real money." This senator's colleague, Democrat William Proxmire, notoriously presented the Golden Fleece Award to the government organization that had fleeced the American taxpayer the worst on any given week. The American people are tired of being fleeced. President Biden has already misspent billions in fraudulent COVID payments. I say, not a dollar more. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This Women's History Month, we find ourselves confronted by the regressive forces of Donald Trump and extreme MAGA Republicans. This faction seeks to propel our nation backwards at the sacrifice of centuries of progress and the well-being of American lives for their own self-serving. Their agenda aims to strip women of reproductive freedoms nationwide, slash Social Security and Medicare, rip health care away from millions, and funnel even more wealth to the already wealthy through massive tax breaks for big corporations and billionaires. This radical agenda is something everyday Americans, including Virgin Islanders, who continue to receive the brunt of inequity in benefits and access to resources we all cannot afford. Extreme Republicans and the former president attack not just American people, including veterans and elected officials, but, as we saw January 6th, the democratic institutions that are a bedrock of our nation when things don't go their way. Their actions are an unequivocal declaration of war against our democracy. Republicans, we must secure and defend our republic and secure the rights and safety of all Americans, especially American women. I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The chair reminds members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of president. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
As I traveled through the airport, you could sense the degree of excitement of many of the students who were traveling on spring break. As I entered the Capitol, it was a joy to see so many classes and families enjoying the wonderment of democracy in this great place, the citadel of democracy. But I rise today to talk about America's school children, and particularly talk about those who are impacted by disparate policies, such as the policies in Barber Hill. I want to acknowledge the Congressional Black Caucus and the advocates that have supported and surrounded Mr. George. Mr. George is a young man who is isolated in a classroom that has been going to school with no academic teaching, no ability to fraternize with his students, his fellow students, no ability to eat in the lunchroom, and no expectation of any kind of spring break. And you asked, well, he's obviously misbehaved. No, he has an over 3-point average. He's an excellent student, but he is being there because of his hairstyle. I need the Secretary of Education to help this young man
go to
his classroom, save him from this isolation and prison-like attitude. Help Mr. George, young Mr. George, get an education. I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Cherokee High School girls varsity basketball team for winning the North Carolina High School Athletic Association's 1A state championship title for the first time since 1996. The Cherokee Lady Braves defeated their opponent by a dominating 42 points, making the final score 74-32. The entire team contributed to a historic state championship, with every player on the Cherokee roster making an appearance in the game. The Lady Braves showcased the very best high school athletics, and I'm confident that their determination, leadership, and perseverance will prepare them for success on and off the court. Fans tune in at home and across the country, including Shaquille O'Neal, who shared his congratulations on Instagram. Congratulations, Lady Braves, on a remarkable victory. You've made Western North Carolina proud. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on the motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on the postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6306 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6306, a bill to amend the State Department Basic Authorities Act of 1956 to prohibit the acquisition or lease of a consular or diplomatic post built or owned by an entity beneficially owned by the People's Republic of China and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, and the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Missouri.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I would now, Mr. Speaker, like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills, the author of this bill.
The gentleman's recognized.
I'd like to thank my colleague and the gentle lady as well as for the chair. The Embassy Construction Integrity Act is very simple. America's adversaries must not be involved in building our diplomatic and consular posts. This, in my opinion, is a common sense bill, or at least it should be. Last year, Congress was made aware that a Chinese state-owned enterprise was involved in the construction of a post in South Asia. Despite all the bureaucratic red tape the State Department goes through to establish these posts, somehow, checking whether the Chinese government controls the companies constructing the building didn't quite make the list. The Chinese government has established a pattern of leveraging its state-owned enterprise to serve dual functions during and after construction to spy on sensitive facilities. Chinese-owned companies built the African Union headquarters, but like many things, they can't just build something, they have to build it with Chinese characteristics. In this case, those Chinese characteristics were spyware that was utilized to quietly siphon enormous amounts of data every night for the Chinese government. According to a study by Joshua Maservi, an expert in African geopolitics, Chinese companies have built nearly 200 government facilities in Africa, a number that is certainly to have increased since the study was published. I'm not telling other countries who they can or cannot employ to construct their buildings. My bill is simple, however, and that we hold our adversaries to show us how they operate and that we should believe them and take steps to mitigate minimal risks. Specifically, this bill requires the State Department, before establishing a new diplomatic or consular post, to identify the beneficial owners of the companies involved in the construction and maintenance of those buildings. Further, this bill prohibits the State Department from entering in contracts or agreements if the beneficial owner of the companies are affiliated with the Chinese government. Finally, if consistent actions are discovered, the Secretary of State will be required to report to Congress within 7 days. Briefly, it is important to address the fact that it would be impossible for the State Department to operate in China if they weren't allowed to contract with some of these companies. The bill carefully crafted to avoid stifling the important work that the State Department in China or the limited other locations where inconsistent measures may be the only option. However, even in these cases, Congress should be notified so that we do our job and have proper oversight for all of these activities. Aside from those extraordinary limited circumstances, the State Department must conduct greater due diligence to secure the integrity of our embassies and other consular posts around the world. I want to express my sincere gratitude to Chairman McCall, Ranking Member Meeks, my bipartisan colleagues on the Foreign Affairs Committee who unanimously voted in favor of this bill during its markup, and each of their staffs who worked with me to secure it. I urge my colleagues to support passage of H.R. 6306, and with that I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Missouri yields. The reserve.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 6306, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Over the past 3 years, our country has made critical headway in expanding the United States diplomatic footprint, including opening new strategically located facilities in the Indo-Pacific region. Our nation has always been at its best when we engage intensely in diplomatic efforts to defend and advance both interests and ideals around the world. And that's why it is so critical that we equip our diplomats with the resources they need. As part of this work, the State Department works regularly to open, renew, or modernize its facilities around the world so that U.S. diplomats can effectively advance our interests around the world. I'm proud that this work has included reestablishing our embassy operations in Kyiv to stand with Ukraine after Russia's unprovoked full-scale invasion in 2022. When we raise the U.S. flag on a new or updated diplomatic facility abroad, it is a powerful signal of our commitment to democracy and peaceful, productive engagement between nations. In maintaining its facilities around the world, the State Department mitigates security and counterintelligence risks through tailored site-specific measures that address the particular challenges of a specific locale. The Department has deep expertise in this area, informed by decades of experience to harden our security posture, counter our adversaries, and open our doors to those who wish to learn about and engage with the United States. Congress has played a role in developing this expertise, too, as evidenced in bipartisan reforms to the Secure Embassy Construction and Counterterrorism Act that we passed into law last Congress. We must continue to ensure the State Department has the flexibility to balance bold, expeditionary diplomacy while mitigating operational risks. With this bill before us today, the House Foreign Affairs Committee worked in a bipartisan fashion to ensure the Department has the needed flexibility to advance the Department's ongoing efforts to maintain and open new facilities, even as we seek to minimize risks in embassy construction or maintenance that our competitors could exploit. I am pleased to support this measure, and I invite my colleagues to do the same. I encourage my colleagues to join in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close if the gentle lady would like to close and/or yield back.
Time, and I'm prepared to close.
Is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. The State Department's efforts to expand our diplomatic footprint and enhance its existing facilities worldwide showcase America's dedication to effective diplomacy and international cooperation. The operational security and effectiveness of these facilities is paramount, and the State Department has had demonstrable success in building facilities tailored to mitigate country-specific risks. Our congressional reforms have supported this mission, providing the necessary framework for safe and dynamic diplomacy while ensuring that state has the flexibility it needs to build and maintain its facilities around the world. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting H.R. 6306. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania yields back. Gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I again want to thank Congressman Mills for his leadership in fixing this national security vulnerability. I also thank Chairman McCall, Ranking Member Meeks, and our Foreign Affairs colleagues for bringing this critical bipartisan bill to the floor. This legislation will ensure that our diplomatic buildings overseas do not fall victim to the active, ongoing surveillance and espionage efforts of the Chinese Communist Party. I urge unanimous support for H.R. 6306, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Missouri yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6306 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4723 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4723, a bill to provide for the imposition of sanctions with respect to foreign persons undermining the Dayton Peace Agreement or threatening the security of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, and the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Missouri.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record exchanges of letters with other committees of referral on this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in 1995, the Dayton Accords brought an end to more than 3 horrific years of war and genocide in the Bosnia and Herzegovina and ushered in a new era of peace. Today, this peace is being threatened. Self-serving, corrupt politicians like Milorad Dodik are engaged in a sustained attack on Bosnia's unity, sovereignty, and multi-ethnic character. As Dodik and his cronies know well, a prosperous and Western-facing Bosnia and Herzegovina threatens their personal power and ill-gotten wealth. They are willing to tear the country apart to maintain control over their illicit patronage networks, aided and abetted by the destructive Putin regime, which fears Bosnia's integration with the West. Dodik, who has been under U.S. sanctions for more than 2 years, continues to threaten secession in public interviews and through reckless and inflammatory policies. According to the Treasury, he, quote, has used his official position and a network of personal ties and companies to accumulate personal wealth through graft, bribery, and other forms of corruption, end quote. These actions have drastic consequences. The 2024 annual threat assessment of the U.S. intelligence community concluded that the Western Balkans will face an increased risk of localized inter-ethnic violence during 2024. At a time when the United States faces conflicts and crises around the world, we cannot afford to see the Western Balkans descend into chaos. The Dayton Peace Agreement that ended the Bosnian War may be flawed, but it is holding Bosnia together during this period of rising ethnic tension, corruption, and Russian aggression. Yet, because of the reckless actions of a few cynical elite, Bosnia's stability and sovereignty is at risk. As a guarantor of the Dayton Peace Agreement, the United States must use its economic toolkit to deter corruption, obstructionism, and secessionism in Bosnia and promote its ascension to Euro-Atlantic institutions. My bill, the Upholding the Dayton Peace Agreement Through Sanctions Act, does just this. Through this bill, we will impose and codify sanctions against bad actors like Milorad Dodik, who continue their agenda of secessionism, corruption, and destabilization. Mr. Speaker, sanctions work. In a hearing before the Europe Subcommittee of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Deputy Assistant Secretary Gabriel Escobar shared with us that officials in Bosnia's Dodik-controlled Serb entity begged the U.S. to please no more sanctions. However, much more leverage needs to be brought to bear against Dodik's inner circle, their Russian backers, and the corrupt politicians who recklessly use their country's dysfunction to grow their power and their wealth. My bill would hold these criminals and politicians accountable and deter others who would seek to undermine peace and stability in the region. I'd like to thank Representative Turner, Representatives Kane and Representative Wild for introducing this bill with me, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as the lead Democrat on H.R. 4723, I rise in strong support of this bill, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
The United States, working alongside Croatia, Bosnia, and Serbia, crafted a tenuous diplomatic settlement to end the fighting and keep the peace in the Balkans in the wake of the devastating wars of the 1990s. The resulting framework has been frustratingly imperfect, but it has provided a path forward for Bosnia and, indeed, for the entire region. This legislation calls attention to the difficulties facing Bosnia as it seeks to join the EU. It calls for critically needed reforms to ensure that all Bosnians can have a voice in their government, and it addresses the forces that threaten the region's fragile peace. Neither progress nor peace in the region are inevitable. These trends require an enduring commitment to fostering them. The bill reaffirms that U.S. commitment, along with our partners in Europe, to actively maintain peace. The sanctions imposed under this bill provide a necessary disincentive to ensure that the Dayton agreements hold strong and do not unravel under political pressure. The sanctions sections include waiver language and appropriate exceptions for intelligence activities, humanitarian aid, and to comply with our international agreements. Despite clear challenges, Bosnia has made strides on meeting the EU membership criteria for integration. It is in the interest of the United States to help ensure that Bosnia meets its compliance with EU rules and standards so that its accession to the bloc can happen as soon as viable. I want to take a moment to recognize and thank my colleague, Representative Wagner, for leading this effort, as well as for her long-standing work to support peace and progress in this region. I encourage my colleagues to join in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
To close, if the gentlelady from Pennsylvania is prepared to either close or yield.
I am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. This bill turns our attention to a region where U.S. presence and diplomacy go a long way. The European Union also realizes that progress in Bosnia and the surrounding region is not inevitable. In that light, I welcome the EU's decision to open membership negotiations. Transatlantic cooperation between the U.S. and the EU is essential to not only keeping the peace in the Western Balkans, but also ensuring a democratic, prosperous future. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting H.R. 4723, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as the Vice Chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and as a representative of the largest Bosnian community outside of Bosnia and Herzegovina, I know what the consequences will be if we fail to stand strong against destructive politicians who seek to undo years of peace. If we let the Dayton Accords, a symbol of American leadership and commitment, collapse, then we risk seeing violence return to Bosnia. Adversaries like Russia and China would welcome these upheavals and solidify a stronger economic security foothold. I'd like to remind my colleagues that Congress has acted on this once before. Last Congress, I introduced a similar version of this bill, which passed the U.S. House of Representatives with overwhelming bipartisan support. This time, the stakes are much higher. With our adversaries emboldened like never before, Congress must act and confront these potent threats to peace and stability. Will we turn a blind eye to corrupt autocrats like Milorad Dodik, or will we uphold the peace secured by the Dayton Accords many years ago? To me, the choice is obvious. Time is running out to send a strong deterrent message to bad actors intent on destabilizing the country. Let's pass this bill again and get it to the President's desk so that the United States has the tools that it needs to break the ethno-nationalists and Russian hold on Bosnia's future. I thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Missouri yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4723 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The gentlewoman's recognized. Oh, opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, on that I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6610 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6610, a bill to provide for the modernization of the passport issuance process and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, and the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Missouri.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. And I would now like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, the author of this bill.
I thank the gentlelady. I'll try not to take more time than is necessary for a bipartisan bill that has broad support. But I do rise today in support of H.R. 6610, the Passport System Reform Backlog Prevention Act. I became the author of this bill not in the usual way as a member of Foreign Affairs, but actually as a man who has 3 constituent service personnel who spend a great deal of their time dealing with the fact that when a backlog becomes pervasive, what ends up happening is every passport renewal becomes an emergency, it becomes an expedited payment, it becomes, in short, a problem that should not have happened. We certainly understand that during COVID there were a number of problems. One of them was the State Department had never prepared for being able to, in any remote way, process passports. So during that time, the backlog became understandably immense. But in the several years since COVID has passed, the backlog has continued and has never reached an acceptable point for the American people. Even today, when you surrender a passport for a renewal, you have no idea whether it will be weeks or even months before you get one. Most people are advised to pay the expedited fee. In fact, the expedited fee seldom gives them the speed that was intended. So we've talked to several countries, if you will, not necessarily our peers, but countries that have the same challenges we have. Britain, Japan, Australia. They routinely process in 5 to 8 week turnaround. They routinely reauthorize within a matter of days, while we take 5 to 8 weeks turnaround. That's unacceptable. We're the country that effectively created the computer, created automation, created the ability for something as mundane as adding a new picture to a previously issued passport, that we should and could beat this. The modernization is the first since the days of the early modem, the item that made sound and certainly could transport only a small amount of information. Congressional intervention is needed. The State Department understands that, and for that reason, we have 5 basic principles in this, the most important of which is that we ask for private sector techniques to be used, and in fact for the State Department to work with the private sector that is more than capable of creating a faster system. In fact, some American companies are processing passports for other countries. And with that, I would yield back to the chair.
And I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 6610. As we all recall, the State Department experienced an unprecedented level of demand for passports after a global slowdown in travel during the COVID-19 pandemic. Many of our constituents were frustrated by the significant processing wait times they faced in securing their passports. As this bill moved through the Foreign Affairs Committee, we were pleased to learn that the State Department had achieved pre-pandemic passport processing times again. But the work we must undertake going forward is to ensure that the Bureau of Consular Affairs and other relevant department entities have the tools, analysis, and resources that they need to sustain ups and downs in consular demand. The State Department is already working to modernize and streamline its passport processing, and this legislation supports those efforts. This bill, as amended by the Foreign Affairs Committee, will further modernize passport processing through a range of important mechanisms. We must not saddle the department with unfunded mandates or inefficient solutions. Congress must offer guidance and support to ensure that the State Department can get the job of modernization done. Americans deserve the best practices and smartest technologies to inform the department's provision of consular services. I am pleased to partner with my colleagues in Congress, at the State Department, and beyond to advance this objective, and I urge members to support this bill. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close if the gentlelady would like to close and or yield.
I am prepared to close.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
The unprecedented demand for passports post-pandemic created significant backlogs at the Department of State and frustratingly long passport processing times. I am glad that those processing times are now back at pre-pandemic levels and that the State Department's Consular Bureau is already modernizing its passport processing. But it's our responsibility to ensure that the department has what it needs to handle any future shifts in demand. This bill will ensure that American travelers can always count on efficient and reliable passport services by integrating cutting-edge practices and technologies into our consular services. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting H.R. 6610, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to have worked with Mr. Issa and our Foreign Affairs colleagues to bring this bill before the House today. H.R. 6610 modernizes processes and capabilities at the State Department's Bureau of Consular Affairs. That means new performance standards for issuing passports, new tools for our caseworkers to track our constituents' passport requests, and new text and email notifications for Americans throughout the whole passport process so they know where their application stands and how much longer the process is likely to take. Finally, H.R. 6610 requires the State Department to expand the online passport renewal system so that Americans can apply for and get the travel documents they need to as efficiently as possible. And I commend Representative Issa for prodding the State Department to adopt the best commercially available technology solutions. The private sector has much to offer that will reduce wait times and streamline bureaucracies at the State Department. I also want to thank Chairman McCall, Ranking Member Meeks, and the bipartisan members of the Foreign Affairs Committee who voted unanimously for this bill during committee markup. The American people deserve a more responsive passport process when they seek to exercise their right to travel. For that reason, H.R. 6610 deserves our unanimous support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6610 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 149 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 149, resolution condemning the illegal abduction of children from Ukraine to the Russian Federation.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, and the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Missouri.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of Russia's unprovoked war against Ukraine, we continue to witness unspeakable acts of perpetrated by Vladimir Putin's forces. Since the start of the war, Ukrainian officials estimate that over 120,000 war crimes have been committed by lawless Russian invaders. One of the most horrific acts being conducted by the Putin regime is the kidnapping of Ukrainian children to Russia and occupied territories. Since February 2022, more than 19,000 children have been forcibly deported from their homeland, possibly many, many more. Ukraine's ambassador to the United Nations has stated that Ukraine has strong grounds to believe several 100,000 Ukrainian children were forcibly, unlawfully taken. Not only have these children been kidnapped and handed over to the Russian families, but they have also been forced into pro-Russia re-education systems. They are being brainwashed, taught to hate their home country and to love their oppressors, Russia. Kidnapped Ukrainian children are being taught that Ukraine does not exist as a sovereign country and that Russia is conducting some sort of justified mission for mankind. And if they don't comply or fall in line, these children face punishment and abuse. But Russia's depravity gets even more twisted, Mr. Speaker. There are reports that kidnapped Ukrainian teenagers are being conscripted to fight in Ukraine on behalf of the Russian Federation. Ukrainian officials say Russia's efforts specifically target teenagers so that they can be turned into soldiers once they reach the age 18. Vladimir Putin and his Commissioner for Children's Rights, Maria Lvova-Belova, can claim all they want that they are saving these children, but we know their true intent: the complete eradication of Ukrainian culture and identity. Both U.S. statute and international law define genocide as acts committed with intent to destroy a people in whole or in part, including forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. I was proud to join my colleague from Pennsylvania, Representative Wild, in introducing the resolution before us today. It rightfully condemns this barbarism and calls it what it is: genocide. We were there together on the Ukrainian border. We were there and saw Ukrainian refugees and children that had suffered this kind of abuse at the hands of Vladimir Putin. Let me just say, Mr. Speaker, that during our markup, this resolution received unanimous bipartisan support from the Foreign Affairs Committee. And today, the entire House has the opportunity and the moral duty to denounce Russia's genocide against these children of Ukraine. And I want to thank my good friend, Representative Wild, for shedding light on these heartbreaking abuses and urge all of our colleagues to support this important resolution. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of House Res 149, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I introduced this resolution on behalf of my district, which counts one of the country's largest Ukrainian American communities. Together, we have advocated and organized for this moment, and I want to recognize my Ukrainian American constituents and all of the extraordinary Ukrainian American leaders whose tireless efforts led to this legislation coming to the floor of the House for a vote. I too remember the time that Representative Wagner and I and a couple of other members from the Foreign Affairs Committee stood right at the border of Ukraine on the Poland side and watched as children and mothers streamed across the border. And it was tragic, and it was really hard to watch. But those were the fortunate children, as we've learned. Far too many Ukrainian children have been abducted to Russia. This vote is about sending an unequivocal message to Vladimir Putin that we stand with the Ukrainian people and that we will not stop working for justice and accountability when it comes to the atrocities that Russian forces have systemically employed in this war of aggression. We must be clear. Russian forces have engaged in an effort to destroy Ukraine's democracy, its sovereignty, its territorial integrity, and ultimately its identity itself. Their crimes against children stand out as the most heinous aspect of a much larger strategy, a relentless campaign of state violence against the most vulnerable members of Ukrainian society. As part of this effort, Russian forces have abducted and forcibly relocated thousands of Ukrainian children to Russian-occupied and affiliated areas in blatant violation of Article 2E of the Genocide Convention. The Russian objective is clear: to eradicate the young generations of Ukrainians by attempting to destroy their sense of national and cultural identity. We cannot be silent in the face of these violations of Ukrainians' most fundamental rights and dignity. I want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for working to pass this legislation unanimously through the Foreign Affairs Committee. Finally, as meaningful as this vote is to me and my constituents, I call on the leadership of this House to hold an even more consequential vote. Mr. Speaker, the people's representatives must be able to vote on the Senate's supplemental package containing critical assistance for Ukraine, as well as humanitarian assistance for the people of Ukraine, for the Palestinian people, and for so many other populations around the world who are in dire need of assistance. We must come together in support of this national and global priority. And I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close if the gentlelady is prepared to either yield or close.
I am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. I urge my colleagues to think about the Ukrainian Americans across this country whose relatives in Ukraine are facing a relentless campaign of aggression simply because of their unrelenting quest for a democratic Ukrainian state. We must stand with them. We must stand with the next generation of Ukrainians and ensure that they are able to continue their proud legacy. As a people, Ukrainians have endured despite extraordinary hardship experienced across generations, and today they are fighting for their future as a sovereign, independent democracy whose freedom has been hard-won and is imperiled today. Together, let us join in passing this resolution here on the floor of the House of Representatives by a resounding bipartisan margin, and let us work toward passing the assistance for the Ukrainian people that they so urgently need. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Vladimir Putin's barbarism knows no bounds. The actions of his lawless forces against the people of Ukraine, including the forcible deportation of innocent Ukrainian children, constitutes genocide. We have the opportunity to state that truth plainly today and to stand with the grieving families of Ukraine whose children are still kidnapped inside Russia. I urge unanimous support for this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 149 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Speaker, on that I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Gavel. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6602 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6602, a bill to amend the Export Control Reform Act of 2018 relating to the review of the interagency dispute resolution process.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick's, and the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the People's Republic of China, under the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, is waging an all-out economic war against the United States. The CCP is using unfair and illegal means to try to dominate the market in dual-use technologies that are shaping the modern battlefield. Fortunately, the CCP still significantly relies on technologies from the United States, our allies, and our partners to develop advanced dual-use capabilities. For that reason, export controls are a critical tool for the United States to slow down and, in some cases, stop China's ability to develop certain capabilities. For this strategy to work, we have to deny Chinese licenses to use American technology. Unfortunately, based on data reviewed and released by the House of Foreign Affairs Committee, those licenses are rarely denied by the Commerce Department's Bureau of Industry and Security, known as BIS. For instance, during a 6-month period spanning 2020 and 2021, BIS denied less than 2% of licenses and approved $100 billion worth of licenses to Huawei and SMIC. Both those companies are considered CCP military companies by the Department of Defense and are CCP national champion technology firms. When deciding whether to approve or deny a license, BIS generally consults other agencies that make up operating committee: the Department of Defense, Energy, State, and Commerce. However, BIS is not required to follow those other agencies' advice, and sometimes the BIS actively ignores it. Statistics provided by BIS for fiscal years 2017 through 2019 show that there was a 60% increase of non-consensus decisions by the operating committee during that time. In other words, over half the time, 60% of the time, they ignored everybody else's objections and went ahead and did whatever they wanted to. Just one person's decision. That's not good. More than 10% of the time, it appears the operating committee chair, which is part of the BIS, took a position that only one other operating committee member supported. Also, not good. Because the Department of Commerce is both the chair and a member, this data raises concerns that Commerce may be abusing its position by the operating committee to override the considered objectives of other agencies. And otherwise, why even be there? This bill provides a common sense solution to those dangers. When a license for China comes before the operating committee, the decision to approve or deny the license should be based on a majority vote by all of its members. Each agency brings a unique view to a license and should have a voice and a vote. It makes little sense for BIS to have sole discretionary and delusional authority on those consequential issues. In fact, when dealing with satellites and hot section jet engines, the operating committee already requires a majority vote. So my bill simply puts licenses to China on the same level as licenses for certain advanced technologies. Chairman Xi has ordered his military to have a capability to invade Taiwan by 2027, a country that produces 100% of the chips in AI that we consume here in America, I might add. It makes no sense for our Department of Defense to not have a vote on what capabilities may fall into the hands of the Chinese military. I want to thank my colleagues on the Foreign Affairs Committee for their unanimous, bipartisan support for this important national security reform bill during the committee markup back in December. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6602, and with that I reserve.
Reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6602. In recent years, our use of export controls to safeguard our national security has expanded greatly. However, these efforts have not come with a commensurate increase in the budget of the Department of Commerce's Bureau of Industry and Security, or BIS, which is the U.S. government entity leading export control efforts. The Biden administration has vastly expanded controls against Russia and Belarus since the horrific invasion of Ukraine, and has imposed unprecedented unilateral controls against China in the semiconductor space. This has resulted in a large increase in the license review and enforcement burden at BIS, which now processes nearly 40,000 licenses per year. For our controls to be effective, I strongly believe that they need to be laser-focused on the highest priority cases where the national security concerns are most clear. At the moment, the Department of State, Defense, Energy, or Commerce can individually block the approval or denial of a license by an interagency committee by escalating a decision if they don't agree with it. This legislation will allow the chair of the operating committee to decide cases where the agencies are divided 2-2, which should mitigate the number of escalations that we see and result in a more streamlined and effective process. I thank Representative McCormick and Chairman McCall for working with the minority to address our concerns. I encourage my colleagues to join in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and reserve the right to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am prepared to close, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume for that purpose. To safeguard our national security in an ever-changing global landscape and to ensure that we are putting American workers and families first, our policies must be robust and effective, not counterproductive. If we want our export controls to work, we need to do a few things. First and foremost, we need to make sure that we are blocking the transactions that pose a clear threat to our national security. This requires focusing on key choke points and specific technologies and not having blanket rules that will inundate the Bureau of Industry and Security with review of items that are not problematic. Second, we need to ensure that those controls are multilateral so that the intended party isn't simply able to buy the same goods from other global suppliers or nations. Unilateral actions don't work, and they hurt American workers and families by ceding market share to foreign competitors, resulting in job losses here at home. Third, we need to ensure that the license review process is fast effective and that BIS has the resources and tools necessary to effectively implement and enforce controls. So while I stand in support of Mr. McCormick's bill, I also urge the House to think seriously about increasing funding for BIS. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my, I reserve the balance of my time. First of all, I want to, in closing, thank Mr. McCall, the chairman, and the ranking member Meeks, and my bipartisan colleagues on the Foreign Affairs Committee for supporting this bill before us today. The committee is made up of a 5-member panel with representatives from the Departments of Commerce, Defense, State, and Energy, and the chair being the Bureau of Industry and Security, representative who, per the governing statute, should act impartially when the Operating Committee for Export Policy convenes. Under current law, OSEP, which is the Operating Committee for Export Policy, may resolve these issues and disputes by a majority vote, but in practice, the chair typically issues ruling without calling a vote and most often rules in favor of the Department of Commerce, which draws into question their adherence to the directive to be impartial. It is critical that we deny our adversaries the opportunity to access our American private sector innovation. Our innovation should not be given a leg up to the enemies in competition. An increasingly aggressive Chinese Communist Party is posing a growing threat to American values and American interests around the world. And in many cases, they're threatening us with our own technology. For that reason, we must ensure that our national security agencies have a real voice and vote in deciding what technologies can be exported to the People's Republic of China. We want to ensure that the BIS does not produce BS. And with that, I urge support for this bill. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Now the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 6602, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Ready to go. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 766, as amended.
Okay, the clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 352, H.R. 766, a bill to amend the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, respecting the scoring of preventative health savings.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, and the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Omar, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 766, the Preventive Health Savings Act. This pivotal piece of legislation seeks to establish a mechanism for the Congressional Budget Office to more accurately reflect the long-term cost-saving potential of preventive health care initiatives. This bipartisan, bicameral effort underscores our commitment to promoting the health and well-being of all Americans. In this, we encourage the use of data-informed preventive health measures. We are taking proactive steps towards not only saving lives, but also saving taxpayer dollars in the long run. Chronic illnesses account for over 70% of all our healthcare spending, and they continue to pose a significant burden on our system and our economy. However, by enacting measures like H.R. 766, we can begin to bend the cost curve and provide a more accurate understanding of the long-term cost savings from the preventive health policies. H.R. 766 specifically allows the Congressional Budget Office, on instruction of Congress, to extend its analysis beyond the existing 10-year budget window to 2 additional 10-year periods. This provision will enable us to conduct a fuller analysis of the potential budgetary savings and the impact of preventive health legislation, ensuring that we make informed decisions based on sound evidence and data. Moreover, the Preventive Health Saving Act narrowly defines preventive health to encompass actions that focus on the health of the public, individuals, and defined populations. By relying on credible and publicly available evidence from various sources, such as epidemiologic projection models, clinical trials, meta-analysis, we can ensure that our policies are both meaningful and impactful. Lastly, H.R. 766 protects against estimates being used to justify partisan policies that might be used as budget gimmicks by requiring the request for a long-term estimate to be bipartisan and by stipulating such estimates cannot be used to comply with budget rules. The success of past legislation, such as the passage of Medicare Part D in 2003 under a Republican majority in Congress, serves as a reminder of the profound impact of preventative care can have on our health care. Despite initial concerns about its cost, Medicare Part D has proven to be a wise investment, yielding savings and benefits that far outweigh its initial expenses. In conclusion, I believe that an ounce of prevention is indeed worth a pound of cure, and 2003 has yielded, we've seen this pound of cure yielded more than one time. This undeniable truth underscores the case for preventive personalized medicine and should only serve to encourage and cause us to redouble our efforts and pass this important bill. And I would like inserted to the record a letter from the Healthcare Leadership Council signed by 53 organizations as part of H.R. 766. Mr. Speaker, I urge all my fellow colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 766 and ensuring that we continue to prioritize preventive health care initiatives for the betterment of all Americans, and I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman's request is granted without objection, and the gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Speaker, I yield myself such time as I might consume. I rise in support
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 766. The Preventative Health Savings Act provides Congress with more information on the budgetary impact of preventative healthcare services. Investing in prevention, such as early detection screenings, could improve healthcare outcomes while lowering healthcare costs in the long run. Such life-saving, evidence-based policies often have significant fiscal benefits for the government. The bill also ensures that the request for this out-year estimate is bipartisan. Both the chair and the ranking members of the Budget Committee and the primary committees of jurisdiction must all together request this information. This request should be about our continued focus on wellness and disease prevention for the American people and not be used to justify any partisan policies. Finally, the bill ensures that the out-year impact of prevention healthcare policies are only used as a supplemental estimate. It cannot be used for any budgetary enforcement controls. This would simply help Congress make more informed policy decisions and prevent out-year estimates to be used for any budget gimmicks. I fully support this sensible piece of legislation, bringing us closer to more transparent and holistic budget reporting. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to recognize the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, for 1 minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Texas for yielding me the time and for bringing this piece of legislation forward. Mr. Speaker, we know that investing in preventative care benefits an individual's health and pocketbook in the long run. Unfortunately, current statute only allows the Congressional Budget Office to assess a 10-year cost estimate window, despite the fact that assessing the impact of preventative care usually takes much longer than that. I proudly support the Dr. Michael Burgess Preventative Health Savings Act, which allows the CBO to score the long-term cost benefit of preventative care. This is a simple bill, and it will not only benefit the health of Americans, but it will also save taxpayer dollars. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Speaker, I recognize the co-author of the legislation, the gentlewoman from Colorado, for 5 minutes.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, thank you for recognizing me. I rise in strong support of the Preventative Health Savings Act. A great frustration for those of us who work a lot on healthcare policy is the difficulty in accurately predicting the cost of preventative care. Right now, as you heard from my co-author of the bill, Dr. Burgess, when Congress looks at the costs and benefits of preventative health care, we only look at a 10-year window. And that's true even when the savings associated with preventative care would accrue 15, 20, 30 years in the future. So that's why Dr. Burgess and I wrote this bill, so that we could look at preventative care over a longer time frame and actually see the cost savings that it will give us. That will help us refocus our healthcare legislation on prevention rather than waiting till serious diseases occur. Preventative care averts illnesses, helps catch problems before they get too bad, and also it saves lives, but it has another benefit: it saves money. So Congress should be able to consider how preventative health care saves taxpayer dollars when we prepare to vote on legislation. This bill provides a framework for committees to request an extended estimate for legislation related to preventative health care from the Congressional Budget Office. With the framework laid out in this bill, committees can, on a bipartisan basis, request an estimate of the effects of a preventative health care bill up to a 30-year window. This sounds a little technical, but frankly, I believe it will revolutionize how Congress considers preventative health care legislation. It's going to make it so Congress will have long-term cost estimates on preventative care legislation from a nonpartisan trusted source. And as new innovations to keep Americans healthy are developed, we can better consider their long-term effects as we try to make them more available to the American people. At the same time, as you heard, this bill does not allow any new budgetary gimmicks. Instead, it just gives us the framework to get the information we need. Part of the genesis of this bill was when Dr. Burgess and I and others were working on the Affordable Care Act. And I really wanted to put in the mandated benefits the inclusion of smoking cessation. Now, everybody in this room and in the gallery knows helping Americans stop smoking cigarettes is one of the most obvious areas where preventative care can just save lives, but also save money. We all know the terrible results of smoking. Higher risks of lung cancer, diabetes, stroke, heart disease, COPD, and more. Treating these conditions is expensive, but it's also deadly for people. So CBO was working on this 10-year window when it made an estimate on my ideas. And they said, Congresswoman, we think the idea of smoking cessation is a great idea, but unfortunately, the smoking cessation programs like the patch and the Nicorette and things like that, they're just too expensive, and so we can't afford to pay for them as part of the mandated benefits of the ACA. That, to me, is crazy. And that, to me, is why we need this bill. So Dr. Burgess and I have been working on this bill ever since, over 10 years now, and I'm proud to see it come to the floor. So here it is now. It's among the first bipartisan bills from the Budget Committee to be reported to the full House in years. And we talk a lot about needing a long-term view. I can't think of a better example of a long-term view than a bill that takes more than 10 years, but yet we persevere. Finally, I want to thank Mike Burgess for his partnership on this bill and his partnership on the Energy and Commerce Committee for many other bills. We have found, we disagree a lot, but we have found a lot of common ground, and we always work in good faith to deliver for our constituents and the American people. This bill is a perfect example of how we work together to write common sense legislation that centers on what Americans need to lead healthy lives. It's truly a bipartisan victory. It's good legislation, and I'm saying this in the congressional record. I'm going to miss Dr. Burgess. I'm going to miss his vision on the committee, and I hope that we can work together to get this bill through the other body just as quickly as we can. Please vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's now my great privilege and high honor to recognize the chairman of the Budget Committee as we debate the first bipartisan budget bill to pass the floor of the House, I think, in the history of Congress. Mr. Arrington of Texas for 3 minutes.
All right. It's also my honor to recognize the budget chairman. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker, and to my friend and the gentleman from Texas. What a great career you've had in public service. You've been truly an inspiration and a leader among your equals here in the People's House on health care issues. You were the founder of the Doc Caucus. You were the Health Care Subcommittee Chair at ENC. You are our Task Force Chair in Health Care on the Budget Committee. There is nobody in this chamber, and I would submit in the United States Congress, that knows more about health care and who has endeavored more over the years to make health care work. I want to thank my Democrat colleagues, Ms. Omar and my colleagues. This is proof that we can work together in good faith, find common ground and consensus solutions to make this country and its government work for the people. And I want to thank Ms. DeGette for her kind words. We have young people in the gallery who got to hear something they don't often hear on cable news, which is a colleague from one side of the aisle complimenting another. What great decorum, what a great example of civil discourse in their nation's capital. They need to see more of it. But I'm grateful that we have an opportunity to address the triple aim in healthcare that often is underutilized because of simply the way we score it. Healthcare innovation and technology can improve access, quality outcomes, while bending the curve on cost, not just to our patients and to our fellow Americans, but also to the taxpayers. Healthcare is a third of the budget. It's a big driver of our debt, and we've got to look for common sense solutions to improve across the board these important outcomes. So again, thank you, Ms. Omar, and thank you, Ms. DeGette, for your leadership, and to my friend from the great state of Texas. What a legacy. We named this after Dr. Burgess. He was loath to allow that, but it is appropriate because of all that he's done to leave this country better than he found it And this, no doubt, is going to have a tremendous impact for the future. So to my friend, God bless you. Godspeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
The gentleman yields.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized. Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's now my honor to recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Wenstrup, the co-chair of the Doctors Caucus.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here today.
For how much time?
1 minute.
I'm
the
here
gentleman
today.
is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today in support of the Michael C. Burgess Preventive Health Savings Act, a bill aptly named after my colleague and friend, my co-chair on the Doctors Caucus, Dr. Michael Burgess. This important legislation is going to allow the Congressional Budget Office to measure the long-term impact of health policies, breaking free from the arbitrary 10-year budget window that currently constrains our ability to help Americans, our fellow Americans, to live a healthier and longer life. This is something that we as a Doctors Caucus have met with CBO on. We're not sure how to do it. Dr. Burgess put forward a way that we can get this done. We've worked in a bipartisan manner to enact policies that can bring patients more access to drugs, treatments, cures. And when looking at the initial cost of bringing new treatments and drugs to patients, the long-term savings that are associated with keeping Americans healthier for longer are not considered. They need to be. The Congressional Budget Office should have the ability to fully score the impact that reductions in obesity, access to early and preventive treatments, and keeping patients healthier will have on Medicare, for example. It's been my great honor to serve with Dr. Burgess on the Doctors Caucus and here in Congress. I'm glad to support this bill led by Dr. Burgess, whose expertise and desire for quality care for all Americans has inspired many to practice medicine and encourage them to get involved with government. I encourage support of this, and I ask unanimous consent that a letter from the American Medical Association supporting H.R. 766 be entered into the record.
Without objection.
I'll reserve that.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would now like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Indiana, member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, a member of the Doctors Caucus, Dr. Bouchard.
All right, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, and I'd also like to recognize the legacy of Dr. Michael Burgess and support this bill, H.R. 766. If members of Congress can agree on one thing, it's that we seek to improve the lives of our constituents. Unfortunately, CBO's current approach to how it develops cost estimates for health care legislation interferes with that goal by failing to take into account all the future benefits of the legislation. CBO's current approach keeps federal health care programs stuck in the status quo of simply providing care when you get sick, including expensive care, instead of focusing on providing care that keeps you healthy and hopefully from needing more expensive forms of care down the road. CBO's current approach defies common sense, and it is imperative that Congress directs CBO to more accurately reflect the long-term cost-saving potential of preventive health care initiatives. That's why I'm proud to support H.R. 766. To ensure Congress can better evaluate meaningful and impactful health care policies that bolster access and quality of care, Congress must pass this bill. I would now like to ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record the letter from the Community Oncology Alliance supporting H.R. 766 into the record.
Without objection.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to commend Dr. Burgess for his steadfast leadership, working in a bipartisan and bicameral manner to bring this important piece of legislation forward. This bill ensures that the Congressional Budget Office, the official scorekeepers of Congress, is more accurately reflecting the long-term fiscal impact of policies. In this case, policies that have the potential to lower the cost of the ever-growing federal spending on health care, a major part of our nation's annual budget. It also has the added benefit of encouraging preventive health care policies that can lower the risk of illness and chronic disease among our fellow citizens, leading to a healthier nation. As chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, these are exactly the type of policies I want our committee to consider, which can truly upend the healthcare system as we know it. In short, this bill promotes both the fiscal health of the country and the physical health of its people. As the former Republican leader of the House Budget Committee, I've had the honor of fighting alongside Dr. Burgess in the trenches of fiscal policy. Together, we have worked to ensure CBO is aiding, not preventing, investments in both health care reform. This bill is a key victory in every effort, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, fellow member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 766, the Dr. Michael C. Burgess Preventative Health Savings Act. This bipartisan legislation will reform the Congressional Budget Office's scoring to better reflect the savings from preventative health initiatives by expanding the budgetary window that CBO evaluates. Currently, CBO scores a bill's budget impacts over a 10-year window, often missing the long-term savings achieved through preventative care. As we all know, preventative health care lowers costs and ensures Americans can live healthier lives while also saving money for patients and taxpayers. However, current restrictions prevent CBO from considering long-term savings generated by preventative health care when it evaluates the legislation. The Preventative Health Savings Act will allow CBO to expand its analysis beyond the existing 10-year budget window to 2 additional 10-year periods, which will enable Congress to better evaluate meaningful and impactful policies. As Dr. Burgess often says, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. This bipartisan bill is common sense legislation that will help bend the cost curve and provide better patient care. I'd like to thank Dr. Burgess for working on this important issue, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. And, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that this letter from the Council for Affordable Health Coverage supporting H.R. 766 be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of reintroduction of H.R. 766, the Dr. Michael Burgess Preventive Health Savings Act, named in honor of my fellow Texan friend and champion for patients, Dr. Burgess. This bipartisan, bicameral, life-saving legislation would direct the CBO to more accurately reflect the long-term cost-saving potential of preventive health care initiatives. Congress should recognize the impact that preventive health care can have on an individual's life, as well as the long-term cost-saving potential. Current restrictions prevent the CBO from fully examining the accurate economic impacts of preventive measures when they evaluate health legislation. But H.R. 766 goes beyond the normal 10-year window to allow Congress to better evaluate the potential for budgetary savings of preventive health care legislation and to ensure that it is done with the best interests of the American taxpayers in mind. If we're going to tackle the growing costs of medical care for individuals and find legislative solutions to mandatory health care programs that account for at least 1/3 of the federal budget, then we must seek transparency first. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 766, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now pleased to recognize the gentleman, Mr. Yakum, for 1 minute.
Mr. is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my strong support for the Dr. Michael Burgess Preventative Health Savings Act. This bipartisan bill is essential to helping us as lawmakers make the most informed decisions possible when it comes to preventative health care legislation. So often when the CBO scores preventative health measures, the 10-year scoring window greatly limits their ability to show the full impact of the legislation. This bill would allow such measures to be scored over a 30-year time frame, giving us a more accurate picture of the impact the policy would have. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this bill, which originated in the House Budget Committee. I look forward to voting in favor of this piece of legislation, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Chairman, I also ask unanimous consent that the letter from the Bipartisan Policy Center supporting H.R. 766 be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I also ask unanimous consent that a statement from Representative Bergman supporting H.R. 766 be entered into the record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask unanimous consent that the following letters of support be entered into the record: a letter from Village MD, a letter from WellSpan Health, a letter from the National Association of Community Health Centers, a letter from the Doctors of Audiology, a letter from the American Academy of Otolaryngology, a letter from the Society of Thoracic Surgeons, and a letter from the Healthcare Leadership Council.
Without objection.
And I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask how much time remains?
The gentleman from Texas has 6.5 minutes.
I have no further speakers and reserve the right to close.
All right, the gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I might consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Preventative healthcare services can save lives and lower costs for families. It is time for Congress to evaluate and prioritize such innovative policies that have the potential to improve our healthcare system. I appreciate the hard work of Representative Burgess, and congratulations on your retirement, and Representative Daggett in championing this important effort, 11 years in the making. I am proud to vote for this bill in committee and urge my colleagues to support it today. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself the balance of our time.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to express my sincere gratitude to my friend, the Budget Committee Chairman, Jody Arrington, for his leadership, as well as extend my appreciation to my fellow members of the Budget Committee for their unwavering support of this critical legislation. I do need to thank my former and current staff, James Poliskevitz, Alexa Roberts, Jacqueline Inserto. Additionally, I want to express my appreciation for the Budget Committee staff, namely Gary Andres, Paige Decker, Braden Murphy, and Charles Chapman, for their work in advancing this incredibly important bill. I introduced the Preventive Health Savings Act back in 2012, driven by the belief that too often potentially transformative legislation is sidelined due to short-sighted budget constraints. We cannot afford to overlook the long-term benefits of preventive health measures for the well-being of our patients and the well-being of our nation. Preventive health care is not just about addressing immediate health concerns, it's about laying a foundation for a healthier future by proactively managing risks, reducing the incidence of chronic illnesses, and ultimately cutting down on healthcare costs. With over 70% of healthcare spending attributed to chronic diseases, it is clear that investing in prevention is not just prudent, but it's essential. H.R. 766 is a crucial step forward by establishing a mechanism for the Congressional Budget Office to accurately assess the long-term cost savings potential of preventive health initiatives. This legislation enables us to make a more informed and forward-thinking policy decision. Once again, I'm grateful to everyone who played a part in moving this bill. I express my gratitude to Congresswoman Daggett for her invaluable partnership. I thank the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Omar, for her kind words today. Donna Christensen, who's our former colleague from the Virgin Islands, also assisted in this effort. Words cannot express how grateful and honored I am to, well, let me just say, as a general rule, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's a good idea that things be named after people while they're still alive. However, in this case, I actually made an exception. So I'm happy that my name is attached to this critical piece of legislation. So let's continue to work together towards a future where preventive health is not just an afterthought, but a cornerstone of our national health care policy and our public strategy. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Now the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 766 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. All right. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6260 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 337, H.R. 6260, a bill to provide for certain reviews of the use and safety of federal buildings and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Dakota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 6260 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
First, I want to thank the bill's sponsor, Mr. Speaker, the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Chavez-DeRemer, for her leadership on H.R. 6260, the FOCUS Act. The gentlewoman is a remarkable member of Congress. She is hardworking, she is diligent, she is smart as a whip, and H.R. 6260 is just one of the many examples of her leadership that she has blessed the 118th with. Specifically, the FOCUS Act increases transparency and oversight. Now, it does that by implementing a number of measures that increase the information that the General Services Administration provides to Congress. That's going to give us a better opportunity to strengthen oversight on federal space and public building projects. More specifically, this bill ensures Congress is notified if the costs for authorized GSA projects change by more than 5%. We've all seen, I suspect, outside of government how often cost overruns have been happening in the broader economy and what kind of costs and confusion they can impose. And so this bill would help us get better data on what's going on with government projects, and it requires GSA to include in its new project proposals more details on space utilization rates, and ensures GSA's tenant agencies have information on other agencies nearby to support consolidation of space. I think that this has taken on a renewed importance as we've seen additional studies about the low occupancy rates that we continue to see within a number of GSA-managed buildings. This bill also requires GSA to collect data and to report on criminal activity that may be impacting public safety in and around public buildings. Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman
Mr.
is
Speaker,
recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6260 as amended. H.R. 6260, the Federal Oversight of Construction Use and Safety Act, introduced by Representative Chavez DeRemer, makes a good faith effort at reducing the cost of General Services Administration's capital projects. The bill requires GSA to notify the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure and the Senate Committee on the Environment and Public Works, GSA's congressional authorizers, when GSA construction or renovation project costs increase or decrease by 5%. It also requires GSA to submit an amended prospectus to congressional authorizers when project costs increase or decrease by more than 10%. The Focus Act requires GSA to collect data from tenants about safety incidents in and around public buildings and submit that data to congressional authorizers. It requires GSA to include utilization and occupancy data in prospectuses submitted to congressional authorizers. Additionally, the bill requires GSA to share location information between federal agencies in the same geographical area to facilitate opportunities for space sharing and consolidations. The bill also requires GSA to notify congressional authorizers when project milestones are accomplished, such as the solicitation and award of design services, the completion of any actions required under the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969, and when the project is completed. Finally, the bill requires the Government Accountability Office to require the use of special spaces such as fitness centers and conference centers in federal buildings. With strong provisions like these, this bill will likely help reduce the cost of GSA capital projects. I support H.R. 6260 as amended, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Dakota is recognized.
I would yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Chavez DeRemer.
The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Focus Act, a bill that makes much-needed reforms to the federal government's real estate practices. With our national debt at $34 trillion and rising, it is our duty as lawmakers to root out wasteful spending and restore fiscal responsibility. Recently, the Government Accountability Office reviewed 24 federal agencies to analyze office space usage. The study found that of the 24 offices reviewed, 17 of the agencies used just 25% or less of the building's capacity. It's clear that office space utilization has decreased dramatically in both the public and private sectors. Many companies have adjusted by downsizing or selling office space to save money. As a small business owner myself, consolidating office space to reduce costs would be a straightforward, sensible decision to make. Unfortunately, we often see the bureaucracy against Americans' tax dollars like monopoly money. We throw it around. The Focus Act will change that and ensure taxpayer money isn't being wasted on unused real estate by promoting consolidation. Transparency leads to accountability, and that's why this bill also requires Congress to be notified of significant increases in rent payments. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense proposal to rein in unnecessary spending and improve transparency in federal real estate practices. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Dakota is recognized.
I'm prepared to close, sir.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Prepared to close.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. H.R. 6260, the Federal Oversight of Construction Use and Safety Act, introduced by my colleague, Representative Chavez DeRemer, makes a good faith effort at reducing the cost of GSA's capital projects. I support this bill and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields. The gentleman from South Dakota is recognized.
So often, I would yield myself such time as I may consume, Mr.
The gentleman's
Speaker.
recognized.
So often our attention is pulled to the massive issues, the sexy fights that sometimes divide this chamber. The bill before us, sir, of course, is not that. It's common sense legislation. It's the kinds of meat and potatoes, blocking and tackling legislation that so many Americans, I think, are hungry for. It's a data-driven proposal. We heard that from Ms. Chavez DeRemer, that 17 of 24 buildings in the study that she cited were dramatically underutilized. This is an opportunity for good managers within the GSA, good managers within Congress, to use the data that her bill would provide to make better decisions. What a delightful outcome that would be. And so as we've discussed, this bill would increase transparency, strengthen accountability, assist the committee in its oversight of federal space utilization, and help us increase safety at our public buildings. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge support of the bill, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Now the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6260 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Same thing. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6261.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 338, H.R. 6261, a bill to direct the Comptroller General to conduct a review on the impact of crime on public building usage and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Dakota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 6261.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Periodically, we get 1,000-page bills or 2,000-page bills or 4,000-page bills that we debate on this floor. It can be a little hard for the people in the gallery and the people at home to make sense of what we're doing. This bill is not that. This excellent piece of legislation from Ms. Chavez DeRemer fits on this single piece of paper. She and I were talking about that, Mr. Speaker, before we began debate on this bill, about how much good wisdom is packed into a single page. We will probably talk about the merits of this legislation for longer than it would take us to read the entirety of the bill, but it's just that good. The Impact of Crime on Public Building Usage Act of 2023, which is this piece of paper, sir, H.R. 6261, directs the Government Accountability Office, or the GAO, to examine how crime in and around public buildings affects building usage, how it affects how workers might commute to the office, and how it might impose any additional costs to maintain those public buildings. In 2020, sir, we saw crime rates spike across the country. In many of the downtown areas in many of our states, areas that used to be bustling with workers became near ghost towns. That changed the crime profile in many of those areas, to be sure. Now we're in a little bit different era today, and now we have differing, conflicting data community by community. In some, crime rates are continuing to go up, and some they're going down. In some, the data might differ between property crimes and violent crimes. But one thing that we do know, Mr. Speaker, is that, of course, the crime that exists can continue to have an impact, a perhaps profound impact, on how we use our federal buildings. I'm just going to give you one example, sir, from perhaps 6 months ago. In August of 2023, employees who worked in a federal building in San Francisco were told not to come to work because of safety concerns. Now, these weren't safety concerns related to an earthquake or to a blizzard, an occurrence that we might experience at federal buildings in South Dakota, a blizzard, but not in San Francisco. But no, those weren't the safety concerns. They weren't weather-related. They were crime-related. Seems like, as good managers, we would want to better understand that issue and what we can do to have it be less common in the future. And that's particularly true as we work to bring employees back to the office. We know there's study after study that shows that people working in close physical proximity can share real benefits. Now, remote work has benefits too, but as we talk to employees about coming back to the office in those times and in those places where it makes sense, it is incumbent upon us to make sure that their public safety is well cared for, not just when they're in the building, but when they're on their way to or from work as well. I want to thank the bill's sponsor, the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Chavez DeRemer. She has exhibited real leadership on this legislation. She's shown real advocacy to make sure that federal employees are able to return safely to federal office buildings, and that while they're there, they're effective and efficient. Mr. Speaker, with that, I would urge support of this legislation, and I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6261. This bill, introduced by my colleague, Representative Chavez DeRemer, directs the Government Accountability Office to study and report to Congress on the effects that crime and safety concerns have on in-person work at federal buildings. Federal buildings must be safe and secure places for federal employees, contractors, and the American public. Evaluating the safety in and around federal buildings is a good idea. I recommend that the GAO gather and include in the report data from the Federal Protective Service, the agency responsible for protecting federal buildings and assessing the security of federal buildings, as well as the employees who populate them. I also recommend that GAO include the Office of the Inspector General of the Department of Homeland Security in the development of the report. DHS's OIG has access to historical data and current trends, which may assist in the evaluation of the impacts noted in the bill. Mr. Chairman, I support this legislation and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from South Dakota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Chavez DeRemer.
The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 6261, which would commission a federal study on public safety issues in and around public office buildings. In Oregon and in communities across the country, rampant fentanyl use and homelessness understandably cause workers to worry about their safety, and some just might choose to stay home as a result. Public buildings are running parallel to private buildings. Let me quote Portland, Oregon, an article from August 2023 that my colleague recognized from San Francisco, but in Portland, Oregon, titled, "Empty and Unwanted, the Iconic Buildings of Portland's Skyline Are in Trouble." From the same article, the question, and it's a contentious one, is whether Portland is worse than any other place because of the blight. Plywood that went up during the protests is still there. Homelessness camps that took root during the pandemic are just now being addressed. And on some downtown blocks, you will see someone smoking fentanyl while drinking a Frappuccino. That effect has the same on our federal buildings. Additionally, the GAO would require to examine any costs that are associated with safety issues at these buildings. To make more informed spending decisions on federal real estate moving forward, Congress needs to understand how factors like crime contribute to building costs and employees' decisions. H.R. 6261 will shine a light on public safety concerns and help Congress identify improvements that can be made to protect federal workers. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers and are prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
Reserved.
Gentleman from South Dakota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close, to reserve as well. I'm prepared to close. With that, I reserve.
All right. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Federal buildings must be safe and secure places for federal employees, contractors, and the American public. I believe evaluating the safety in and around federal buildings is a good idea, which is why I support this bill and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from South Dakota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield myself such time as I would consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the chairman of the Committee on the Judiciary agreeing to waive consideration of H.R. 6261, as well as Chairman Graves's response expressing appreciation for his willingness to work cooperatively on this legislation.
Without objection.
Thank you. I also ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the chairman of the Committee on Oversight and Accountability agreeing to waive consideration of H.R. 6261, as well as Chairman Graves's response expressing appreciation for his willingness to work cooperatively on this legislation.
Without objection.
In closing, Mr. Speaker, as we encourage federal employees to return to an in-person working posture at those times when it is appropriate, it is crucial that we ensure that they're coming back to a safe work environment. I urge support of H.R. 6261 so we can ultimately address the unsafe working conditions, deterring employees from returning to work. With that, I would yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Now the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6261? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Right. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1836, the Ocean Shipping Reform Implementation Act of 2023 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 177, H.R. 1836, a bill to amend Title 46 United States Code to make technical corrections with respect to ocean shipping authorities and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Dakota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 1836.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in support of my bill, H.R. 1836, my bill with Mr. Garamendi, who's been a partner in this work for years. This bill builds upon our work in last Congress to improve our maritime supply chain. There are 3 main goals of this bill that I would like to highlight. First, our bill seeks to get tough on China. It protects U.S. ports and shippers from the influence of the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, by first banning LodgeInc and other state-sponsored logistics software. Secondly, establishing a formal process to report complaints against shipping exchanges like the Shanghai Shipping Exchange. They'll be able to make those reports to the Federal Maritime Commission for investigation. And then third, directing the U.S. DOT to contract an independent auditor to examine the influence of the People's Republic of China on the business practices of the Shanghai Shipping Exchange and report to Congress. The second major thrust of this bill is that it will help streamline data sharing, really throughout the supply chain. It requires the FMC to work with industry experts to set a new data standard for maritime freight logistics, including their ability to contract with an expert third party to develop a new standard if needed. Finally, our bill enacts general good government policies. It prohibits the FMC from requiring ocean carriers to report duplicative information that's already reported to other federal agencies. As I noted at the top of my comments, I do want to thank my partner, Mr. Garamendi. He and I serve on the T&I committee and have really had a passion for this ocean supply chain. A lot of people wonder why somebody in a landlocked state of South Dakota would care so much about maritime law. And the reality is that 60% of South Dakota soybeans are exported overseas. South Dakota exports $7 billion a year of manufactured and agricultural goods. Madam Speaker, that's $7,700 a year for every single South Dakotan. Clearly, maritime law matters. Clearly, supply chains matter. And clearly, the Ocean Shipping Reform Implementation Act matters. With that, I would urge support of the legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 1836 as amended. The Ocean Shipping Reform Implementation Act is bipartisan legislation championed by my colleagues Representative Dusty Johnson and Representative Garamendi. This bill improves upon the Ocean Shipping Reform Act of 2022, which passed into law last Congress. Throughout the pandemic, members of Congress from across the country were hearing from shippers in their districts about their problems importing and exporting cargo. This bill protects American importers and exporters, standardizes data, establishes the National Port and National Ocean Carrier Advisory Committees, and builds upon efforts to improve the resiliency of the U.S. supply chain. I thank Representative Dusty Johnson and Representative Garamendi for their work on this legislation, and I thank Chairman Graves and Ranking Member Larson for their continued support. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman from South Dakota reserves. From New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, thank you. The Ocean Shipping Reform Implementation Act is bipartisan legislation that will protect American importers and exporters and build upon past efforts to improve the resiliency of the U.S. supply chain. I support this bill and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Dakota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would yield myself such time as I might consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I serve on the Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party. And we have heard expert after expert talk to us about the Chinese government working to get coercive economic power over our country and, frankly, every other country in the world. And one of the primary tools of that push for coercive economic power is data. I think one real focus of this bill before us is that it makes it harder for the Chinese Communist Party to be able to use the Shanghai Shipping Exchange or the logging platform to be able to gather up all of this exquisite data about the world's supply chains and shipping information and have it be used against our country and others. This also builds upon the strong bipartisan track record that Mr. Menendez spoke of, and it will make for a fuller and fairer supply chain and ocean shipping environment. And with that, I would urge support of this important legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1836 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rule.
Madam Speaker,
This is the gentleman from South Dakota.
I demand the yeas and nays.
Thank you. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings of this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7520.
The clerk will report that. Does the gentlewoman bring up 7520 as amended?
Yes, I do.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7520, a bill to prohibit data brokers from transferring sensitive data of United States individuals to foreign adversaries and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Washington, Mrs. Rogers, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The woman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 7520, the Protecting Americans' Data from Foreign Adversaries Act of 2024. Data brokers are harvesting people's sensitive data and selling or sharing it without people's knowledge or consent. To make matters worse, they often do this without any safeguards against this sensitive information going to foreign adversaries who could easily exploit it for nefarious purposes. This sensitive information includes everything from a person's physical and mental health to their geolocation data. Oftentimes, it's sold to the highest bidder, including to foreign adversaries like China and the companies they control. H.R. 7520 will limit how data brokers are able to share Americans' personally identifiable and sensitive information abroad. I commend my Energy and Commerce colleague, Ranking Member Pallone, for his leadership on this legislation. It is an important complement to our ongoing efforts to establish a comprehensive data privacy standard, one that cracks down on abuses of Americans' personal information by narrowing the information that's collected in the first place and putting people back in control of their personal information. Today is an opportunity to send a very clear message that the U.S. will not tolerate the continued targeting, surveilling, and exploitation of Americans' data. This bill advanced out of our committee with unanimous, bipartisan, 50-0 vote, and I look forward to it passing the House this week. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman is reserved. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 7520, the Protecting Americans' Data from Foreign Adversaries Act, and I want to thank Chair Rogers for all her help in bringing this bill to the floor today. National security experts are sounding the alarm, warning that the government of Beijing and China and other foreign adversaries are amassing troves of sensitive data about individual Americans, and that information can be used to launch sophisticated influence campaigns, conduct espionage, undermine Americans' privacy expectations, and otherwise impair American interests. Just last week, this chamber took decisive bipartisan action to mitigate the national security and privacy threat that was posed by foreign-owned or controlled social media applications, collecting Americans' information by passing H.R. 7521, the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Applications Act. And today we take further action to close the pipeline of American sensitive information flowing to our foreign adversaries. This bill prohibits the data brokers from selling American sensitive personal information to Beijing, China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, and to entities controlled by those countries. Data brokers collect and sell billions of data elements on nearly every consumer in the United States, including information about children and active members of the U.S. military. With this sensitive information, data brokers and their customers can make invasive inferences about an individual, including inferences about a person's travel patterns, health, political beliefs, personal interests, and financial well-being. Right now, there are no restrictions on who they can sell this information to. Now, most Americans are unaware that data brokers complete detailed dossiers about their interests, beliefs, actions, and movements. And even when they are aware that these dossiers of sensitive information are being compiled, Americans are powerless to stop this invasion of privacy. While the best response to the privacy risk posed by data brokers is a comprehensive national data privacy law, I firmly believe that we must do what we can now to prevent data brokers from selling Americans' personal data to our foreign adversaries. And the breadth and scope of sensitive personal information aggregated by data brokers makes the sale of that data to our foreign adversaries a unique threat to national security and individual privacy. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence has concluded that commercially available data provides foreign adversaries with a valuable stream of intelligence, rivaling the effectiveness of sophisticated surveillance techniques. Researchers from Duke University successfully purchased sensitive information about active duty members of the military, their families, and veterans from data brokers. The researchers concluded that foreign and malicious actors could use data from data brokers to undermine America's national security. So this legislation complements the work done by this body last week to curb the threat posed by apps owned or controlled by foreign adversaries by closing a loophole that would allow those entities to simply buy sensitive information on Americans from data brokers. Unless we pass H.R. 7520, data brokers will still be permitted to aggregate information with vast amounts of American sensitive data and sell it to the highest bidder, including foreign adversaries. So again, I want to thank our chair, Kathy McMorris-Rogers, for her partnership on Protecting Americans' Data from Foreign Adversaries Act, which unanimously passed the House Energy and Commerce Committee by a 50-0 vote. So, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, the chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Bilirakis.
Mr. Bilirakis is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 7520, the Protecting Americans' Data from Foreign Adversaries Act. Last week, the House took historic action to protect Americans' data from foreign-owned subsidiaries such as the ByteDance. Today, we have legislation that will protect Americans' data privacy from data brokers seeking to sell our personally identifiable sensitive information to these foreign entities. The subcommittee that I chair has done significant work to get this done, to lay the foundation for why we need a strong federal data privacy and security law, and why a federal standard is needed to protect Americans here at home while balancing the needs of business, government, and civil society. As there is no federal comprehensive data privacy and security law, data brokers are often unfettered when it comes to selling personally identifiable information. Our adversaries can all too easily purchase the sensitive data of American citizens, including information that identifies our servicemen and women, and can target individuals based on their connection to the military and the federal government more broadly. H.R. 7520 will prohibit data brokers from selling our personally identifiable sensitive information and ensure proper enforcement authorities are in place to go after these bad actors. This small and targeted change to an otherwise free market will help ensure citizens' personal data is kept safe from entities seeking to manipulate Americans while still respecting broader business decisions in the marketplace. I thank Chair Rogers and Ranking Member Pallone for their great work here on this particular issue. It takes leadership, Madam Chair, and we have it here in the Energy and Commerce Committee. And we have a wonderful, the best staff, second to none, that got this done as well. So to me, this only underscores the need to complete our subcommittee's top priority this Congress. We must act a comprehensive federal data privacy and security law as soon as possible. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7520. This is vital for our national security. And as many alluded to last week, I urge my colleagues to support our efforts on moving forward towards enacting stronger data privacy and security protections broadly for Americans nationwide. So great work to the leadership, to the committee, and the full Congress. let's get this across the finish line and over to the United States Senate and the President's desk. Thank you. God bless. I yield back.
The chairwoman, Ms. Rogers, is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes now to the ranking member of our subcommittee on Innovation, Data, and Commerce, Ms. Schakowsky from Illinois.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about this because Americans are very worried about how their data is being used. They want to know who is collecting it, where is it going, how is it being used? And for far too long, people's privacy has been invaded. They don't know exactly how, and they don't know exactly who. And in fact, one of the big players, of course, are the data brokers. Now ask anyone on the street, who are data brokers? What do they do? These are the people who buy and sell and trade your information. Most people don't have a clue about that. And so this legislation makes a good step forward. And what it says, that none of this information that is collected by data brokers can go to China or any other adversary information that we have listed in this legislation. And it is time, though, I want to add, that while this bill is important for national security, for the security of our people, right now, people's data is at risk. Children's data is at risk. We need comprehensive reform on privacy. And we did that in the Energy and Commerce Committee last Congress, where we passed the Data Privacy and Protection Act, and we need to go forward. People are tired of wondering, how is everybody how are so many people not only collecting our data, but buying and selling it? So it is a national security interest. This bill is important, but we have to go a step further. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The chairman, Ms. Rogers from Washington, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
Mr. Wahlberg, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7520, the Protecting Americans' Data from Foreign Adversaries Act. H.R. 7520 is the next step in securing America's sensitive data from China and other adversaries. The bipartisan legislation would prohibit data brokers from selling our constituents' health history, precise delocation, biometric data, and other extremely personal information to North Korea, Iran, China, and Russia, or any entity controlled by those countries. It also specifically includes protections for service members and for data from those under the age of 17. This is a common sense measure that piggybacks off our efforts to decouple TikTok from the Chinese Communist Party and protect our national security. Our foreign adversaries should not have access to our most sensitive data. Allowing so risks manipulation and espionage. The bill is also another step in our efforts to protect Americans' privacy online. We'll continue to work towards comprehensive data privacy protections, and especially protections for kids and teens online. This legislation is the right move for our constituents' privacy and security. I encourage my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Yields. The chairwoman is recognized. The chairwoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes now to a gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Christopher. He's the ranking member of the Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party and was the Democratic sponsor of the other bill that we passed last week.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair McMorris Rogers, and thank you, Ranking Member Pallone, for your extraordinary leadership in protecting our privacy and our data privacy, and thank you for your excellent leadership in helping to pass legislation last week that's going to force ByteDance to sell TikTok, precisely because the CCP can access American sensitive data under its current ownership. Now, this bill is extremely, extremely important. Why? Because it prevents our foreign adversaries from buying American data through other sources. Right now, so-called data brokers can sell American sensitive data in bulk, including internet browsing history and geolocation data, and they can resell it to foreign adversaries, who can then target military personnel, public officials, and others. This bill addresses this national security threat head-on by prohibiting data brokers from selling our data to foreign adversaries, and it's an excellent complement to the bill that we passed just last week with regard to ByteDance and TikTok and foreign adversary-owned social media applications. This bill needs to pass, and it needs to pass now. I'm so proud to strongly support H.R. 7520, and I ask all of my colleagues to unanimously pass this bill today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from New Jersey is reserved. Gentleman's reserved. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Madam Speaker, at a time when the Chinese Communist Party is continuing to expand its reach, we in Congress must act quickly to protect American user data. Preventing data brokers from selling this information to those who wish to harm Americans is a vital step toward protecting our interests and securing sensitive and vulnerable information from falling into the hands of our adversaries. This legislation would ensure that nations like China, North Korea, Iran, and Russia would no longer be able to purchase geolocation or biomedical data on service members. Personal information of our active duty military must be safeguarded. Above all, we must ensure that all Americans have confidence that their data is being protected and that their information is secure. This legislation is a common sense step to help keep all Americans safe. I urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 7520, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The
I
gentleman from
reserve.
Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to close unless you have additional speakers. Fine.
The gentleman is recognized.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may. Thank you. I just wanted to say this bill, in my opinion, is an excellent example of how our committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee, works together on a bipartisan basis. We frankly heard from the various federal agencies, whether it was the Justice Department, National Security, the FBI, that it was necessary to address the issue of data that was being basically passed on to our adversaries, particularly Beijing. And we crafted two bills. One has been referred to as the TikTok bill, which passed last week. The other is the data brokers bill that was passed today. It's no surprise that in our committee, in a roll call vote, we had 50 members, Democrats and Republicans, vote for this, none vote against it. I'm certainly suggesting that this is something that's very important. Both bills need to pass. One already did. But I also think it's an excellent example of how this Congress and this House and our committee in particular can work together on something that relates to national security and privacy. And as Ms. Schakowsky said, and I know Chair Rogers has said, we need a national data privacy bill. This is the beginning, I believe, of that process. But it's also one of the most important aspects of it because it does affect our national security. And so I'm proud that I can say that we've worked together on this, and I would certainly urge that the House do the same and vote this bill unanimously and send it over to the Senate for further action. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The chairman from Washington, Ms. Rogers, is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
In closing, I urge a yes vote on this bill that would prohibit data brokers from profiting off the sale or the transfer of sensitive data of U.S. individuals, and specifically that of U.S. military service members, to foreign adversary countries or any entity that is controlled by such country. The term controlled by a foreign adversary parallels the definition of H.R. 7521, the Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Apps Act that we passed last week, passed out of the House 352 to 65. And I believe that this is very important legislation also to complement that effort and our work, our continued work, to enact legislation that would bring a national privacy and data security law into place. With that, I urge a yes vote and yield back the balance of my time.
The chairman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 7520 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
Yeas and nays.
In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the does the gentleman
Madam
wish to be
Speaker, on that,
recognized?
I would ask for the yeas and nays.
Thank you. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, when I was elected president, a pandemic was raging and our economy was reeling. We were in the midst of the most devastating downturn in nearly a century. I came into office determined to fundamentally change things by rebuilding our economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. Because when the middle class does well, the poor have a ladder up and the wealthy still do well. We all do. We can give everyone a fair shot and leave no one behind. Our work started with the American Rescue Plan, which vaccinated the nation, delivered immediate economic relief to people who badly needed it, and sent funding to states and cities to keep key services going. It continued with the biggest investment in our nation's infrastructure since the 1950s. More than 46,000 new projects have been announced to date, rebuilding our roads, bridges, railroads, ports, airports, public transit, water systems, high-speed internet, and more. At the same time, we are making the most significant investment in fighting climate change in the history of the world. I have seen Americans' courage and resilience in the wake of devastating natural disasters, and I will always have their backs as we rebuild and boost resilience to extreme weather. We are building a cleaner, more resilient, and sustainable power and grid, and making America's biggest investment in rural electricity since the New Deal. We are revitalizing fence-line communities that have shouldered the burden of harmful pollution for generations. We are lowering energy costs for hardworking families and strengthening our energy security with clean energy breakthroughs. Across the board, we are supporting advanced manufacturing, ensuring the industries of the future are made in America by American workers. Our plan is working. Already, my Investing in America agenda has attracted $650 billion in private investment from companies that are building factories and moving production back to America. We are making things here in America again with American union workers. We have ignited a manufacturing boom, a semiconductor boom, an electronic vehicle boom, and more. My agenda is creating hundreds of thousands of union jobs so folks never have to leave their hometowns to find good-paying work that can raise a family on. Today, America once again has the strongest economy in the world. We have created a record 15 million jobs with unemployment under 4% for the longest stretch in over 50 years. Growth is strong. Wages are rising and inflation is down by 2/3, with costs having fallen for key household items from a gallon of gas to a gallon of milk. We have more to do, but folks are starting to feel the benefits. Consumer sentiment has surged more in recent months than any time in 30 years. Americans have filed a record 16 million new business applications since I took office. Each one of them is an act of hope. Importantly, we made these historic investments in a fiscally responsible way while making our tax system fairer. In 2022, I signed a law that imposed a new minimum tax of 15% on the nation's largest corporations, saved $160 billion by giving Medicare the authority to negotiate prescription drug prices and limit price increases, and boosted funding to the Internal Revenue Service to crack down on wealthy and corporate tax cheats. This is just the beginning. My budget would do more to close loopholes. It would save another $200 billion by enabling Medicare to negotiate prices on even more drugs and by limiting other drug prices increases. It would cut wasteful subsidies to big oil and other special interests, and it would introduce minimum tax on billionaires, which alone would raise $500 billion for the American people. So far, we have already cut the deficit by $1 trillion since I took office, one of the biggest reductions in history, and I have signed legislation to cut it by $1 trillion more. My budget would reduce it by another $3 trillion over the next 10 years as well, while continuing to pay for investments in America. And we are just getting started. My administration will keep fighting to lower costs for working families on everything from housing to childcare to student loans. After decades of talk in Washington, we beat Big Pharma and capped the cost of insulin for seniors at $35 a month, down from as much as $400. Starting next year, no senior on Medicare will pay more than $2,000 a year in total out-of-pocket prescription drug costs, even for expensive cancer medications that now cost many times more. We are cracking down on price gouging by requiring drug makers that raise prices of certain drugs faster than inflation to pay a rebate back to Medicare. At the same time, we have protected and expanded the Affordable Care Act, with a record 21 million Americans enrolled in marketplace plans this past year, while saving millions of Americans $800 per year on their premiums. Today, more Americans have health insurance than ever before. My budget builds on those gains. I also know that for too many hardworking families, it costs too much to find a good home, so we are working to lower costs and boost supply of housing nationwide. My budget will make a monthly mortgage payment more affordable for middle-class, first-time homebuyers by providing a $5,000 annual mortgage relief credit for 2 years. My budget will expand rental assistance to hundreds of thousands of additional families, continuing the largest expansion in 20 years. It will also help to ease America's long-standing shortage of affordable housing, including by cutting red tape so that more builders can get federal financing to build more affordable housing. Important progress is underway. More families own homes today than before the pandemic. Rents are easing, and a record 1.7 million housing units are under construction nationwide. My budget also makes key investments in childcare and education, so every child in America can have the strong start they need to thrive. It restores the child tax credit expansion I signed into law, which cut child poverty nearly in half in 2021, and it guarantees the vast majority of families high-quality childcare for no more than $10 a day, while boosting pay for childcare workers. It offers universal free preschool for all 4 million of America's 4-year-olds. Building on the American Rescue Plan's investment in public education, the biggest in history, it also helps the states expand tutoring, after-school and summer programs, and boost recruiting to ease teacher shortages. At the same time, I am keeping my promise to ease the crushing burden of student debt. Despite legal challenges, we have canceled some $138 billion in student debt for nearly 4 million Americans, including more than 750,000 teachers, nurses, firefighters, social workers, and other public servants. That is freeing people to finally consider buying a home, having a child, or starting that small business they always dreamed of. We are also working to secure our border. In October, I sent an emergency request for more funding. My budget renews that request for additional resources, including for 1,300 more Border Patrol agents, 375 immigration judges, and 1,600 asylum officers, and for cutting-edge technology to help detect fentanyl. We need to pass the Senate's bipartisan border deal as well, which would make urgent additional investments to secure the border and help to fix our broken immigration system. Today, the world is facing an inflection point in history, at home and abroad. My administration has restored America's leadership on the world stage, rallying more than 50 nations to support Ukraine in the face of brutal Russian aggression, strengthening and expanding NATO, revitalizing our alliances and partnerships in the Indo-Pacific, including with Japan, South Korea, and Australia, and strengthening democracy across the globe. But we need to do more to prove that America can once again be relied on to stand up for freedom. In October, I submitted a national security supplemental request to cover urgent needs, including support for Ukraine and Israel, and humanitarian aid and relief for Palestinians. My budget reiterates that request and continues our critical support for NATO allies and partners around the world. It strengthens our deterrence capacity in the Indo-Pacific, expanding our capabilities in the region. It also works to keep our military the best trained, best equipped fighting force in the world, integrating advanced innovation technologies and improving overall readiness. My budget also takes important steps to honor our nation's most sacred obligation, to protect and equip our troops when they are in harm's way and to care for them and their families throughout and after their service. Since I took office, I have signed over 30 significant bipartisan bills to support veterans, including the PACT Act, the biggest ever expansion of benefits for service members exposed to toxic burn pits during their service. And I have issued the most comprehensive executive actions to date to boost economic security for military families. My budget builds on that work. The story of America is one of progress and resilience, of always moving forward and never giving up. It is a story unique among nations. We are the only nation that has emerged from every crisis we have entered stronger than we went in. While my administration has seen great progress since day one, there is still work to do. My budget will help make that promise real. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, March 2024.
Referred to the Committee on Appropriations and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules with respect to the following measures: H.R. 4723 and House Resolution 149. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4723 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 4723, a bill to provide for the imposition of sanctions with respect to foreign persons undermining the Dayton Peace Agreement or threatening the security of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 365, the nays are 30, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 149 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 149, resolution condemning the illegal abduction of children from Ukraine to the Russian Federation.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. 90, the nays are 9, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlelady from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor of H.R. 1139.
The request is granted. And then who we got over here? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor of H.Res. 1068.
The request is granted. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor from House Resolution 1068.
The request is granted. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor from House Resolution 1068.
The request is granted. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor from House Resolution 1068.
The request is granted. The House will be in order. Members are advised to take their conversations outside.
They're mellow. House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania, that Sylvan land, rise and seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, the House is still not in order.
The House is not in order. Please take your conversations elsewhere. Thank you. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Agriculture Day. Today is a day for Congress to come together to share their appreciation. This day serves to highlight the vital work our farmers, ranchers, foresters, and farm workers do in providing the safest, highest quality supply of food, fiber, and fuel in human history. Agriculture touches our lives daily. If you've eaten today, thank a farmer. If you have clothes on your back, thank a farmer. Agriculture also provides the foundation upon which the entire American economy rests. It is more important than ever to ensure our farmers, ranchers, and foresters have their voices heard in the halls of Congress. This is why it is my honor to represent farm families in rural America as the chairman of the Committee on Agriculture. Rural America deserves policies that help, not hinder, economic vitality and global competitiveness. Consumers deserve affordable and abundant food, fiber, and fuel. And every farmer I've met across nearly 40 states says the same thing. They want a government to work for them, not against them. Getting a farm bill across the finish line is a tall task, and each reauthorization has its own unique set of challenges. This year's farm bill can show the best of American farmers that we have, and we have their backs. For that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Gentleman's recognized without objection.
I told you I'm not quite.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to question the Republican commitment to American families. Recently, actions in Alabama have led a nationwide discussion on the popular in vitro fertilization, or IVF, pregnancy treatments. And more than 8 million American babies have been born through IVF. It has helped create parents and families nationwide. But the Republicans want to ban IVF across the country. First, Republicans want to force women to have children. Now they want to stop women from having them. It is very confusing and very hypocritical. Democrats want women to choose when they have their children, and we want to protect that right. And with the Women's Health Protection Act, American women should make reproductive health choices, not politicians. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm seeking unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I would let the people in the back know there's plenty of seats down front if it's too crowded. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor my dear friend, Joe Landsman, who is retiring from his position as CEO of the University of Tennessee Medical Center in April. Joe started at the UT Medical Center in 1999 and has been the CEO since 2005. In that time, he significantly increased the hospital's patient capacity and services. He added clinics and regional health centers across East Tennessee. He renovated and added surgical units and built parking garages to accommodate the rapidly growing number of patients who are coming to the medical center. He has also been known to treat his employees well and drive everyone to success. During Joe's time as CEO, the hospital's revenue increased by 451%. Only the most passionate and effective leaders could achieve that, Mr. Speaker. The UT Medical Center has received many awards under Joe's leadership. One of his favorites when the U.S. News and World Report named the UT Medical Center one of the best hospitals in America in 2012. The news just happened to come on his birthday. The UT Medical Center wouldn't be the great hospital it is today without Joe's leadership. I wish my dear friend Joe good luck in his retirement, and I wish Dr. Keith Gray the best as he takes over in that position. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor New Mexico State Police Officer Justin Hare, a dedicated law enforcement officer and protector of our beloved New Mexico communities. Officer Hare was known for his kindness and consideration for those who travel New Mexico's long roads. Last week, he stopped to help a driver on the side of the road with a flat tire. That driver tragically shot and killed Officer Hare. Officer Hare dedicated his life to the people of Craig County. He coached sports teams, volunteered, and lent a helping hand to whomever needed it. He loved his partner, Desiree Quintana, their daughters, Julianne and Cadence, and the unborn child they expected in September. Today, we honor Officer Hare and the sacrifice he made for the community he loved so dearly. I send my deepest condolences to his family and to his colleagues in the New Mexico State Police. When you next see a state police officer on the road, send them a quiet prayer of remembrance for Officer Hare. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Blair County Deputy Sheriffs Christopher Hanna and Brandon Lazore. It's because of their quick thinking and rush to action to stop the effects of an overdose that a Blair County woman is still alive today. Deputy Hanna and Deputy Lazore followed their training to the letter. Being aware of the signs and symptoms of an opioid overdose, these sheriff deputies did not hesitate to step up and help to save a human being. Upon recognizing that the woman had become unresponsive, the deputies immediately called an ambulance and delivered the appropriate doses of naloxone, a life-saving drug designed to reverse the effects of an opioid overdose. On behalf of the people of Blair County and Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, I am grateful for these sheriff's deputies and their tireless work to serve our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise or extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Stephen Mackin, Sr. of Thornburg, PA. Steve was born November 7th, 1960, and was a lifelong Pittsburgher. He graduated from Bishop Cannon in 1979, where he made many lifelong friends. A hard worker, always seeking perfection, for the past 42 years, Steve worked and co-owned Liberty Fuel and Supply in Carnegie, working alongside his father, brothers, son, nephews, and many friends. A good man, knew how to have a good time when he could. He loved to get away to the beach when spending time with his family and cracking open an Iron City. He was a very proud grandfather, a loyal brother, a devoted member of a big family. Steve was committed to supporting the kids in our Western Pennsylvania community. He was my basketball coach at St. Philip's, and I can tell you, Steve was tough, but he was always a guy who brought out the best in us. Sadly, Steve passed away unexpectedly from a heart attack on March 6th this year. He was just 63. Steve will be missed by his loving family, including his wife of 35 years, Ruth, their 3 children, his siblings, nieces, nephews, and grandchildren, all of whom wish they had more time together. To the Mackin family, who I'm proud to call my friends, our whole community mourns Steve's passing. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor from HRES 1068.
The request is granted. All right, for what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember the life of Arthur Ginlett, Jr. Art was a man of the community and served in a myriad of ways. Art retired from Savannah Electric and Power Company as president and CEO after his remarkable 40-year career. He was also elected to serve for 8 terms as chairman of the University System of Georgia Committee in the Georgia House of Representatives. Art was appointed to serve as chairman to the Board of Regents and Georgia Ports Authority and was a member of numerous other boards, including the Metropolitan Atlanta Olympic Games Authority. Local organizations that Art donated his time to include the Rotary Club of Savannah, Armstrong State College Foundation, Georgia International Maritime Trade Center Authority, and Bethesda Union Society. A devout member of First Presbyterian of Savannah for most of his life, Art also served as a deacon, elder, and clerk of session. He exemplified a life well lived and was best known for his unwavering devotion to his wife, Molly, their 2 children, and 6 grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from the state of Washington seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the Oso landslide. On that tragic day, 43 people lost their lives when an entire hillside collapsed, smothering the town and burying it in mud. Washington State was forever changed. Among the victims were veterans, a nurse, even elementary school students. There were parents, grandparents, sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, children, all beloved members of their tight-knit community along State Route 530. And we remember them today. As we mark 10 years since this tragedy, and it feels like it was yesterday, I'd like to extend my condolences to the friends and family members of those victims. While we can't change the past, we can honor those who passed away by working toward a safer future. As a representative of this community, I've worked to increase funding for emergency communications and services supported the National Landslide Preparedness Act, all of which help ensure that we understand what conditions make such a landslide likely and are ready if such a disaster strikes again. People of Oso and the surrounding communities along SR 530, my heart is with you today. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With Bidenomics of borrow, tax, and spend, American families have endured the highest inflation in 40 years, costing the average family $12,000 more annually to buy basics, including housing. Stephen Moore of the Heritage Foundation has revealed, quote, housing affordability has hit a 40-year low under Mr. Biden after affordability surged under Mr. Trump. The average monthly payment has risen about from $1,500 a month to $2,600 today. What Mr. Biden fails to understand is that 2 factors drive home ownership: the interest rate and real income growth, end of quote. House Republicans will continue to fight to reduce inflation and create jobs, led by Speaker Mike Johnson. As a former real estate attorney myself, I especially appreciate the achievements of the real estate industry, as it is the basis for good schools and safe communities. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We do not need new border laws. We need to enforce existing laws. Biden shamefully opened borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as warned by the FBI. Our prayers today for the family of Dan Kildee.
Is it Ohio? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, during this Women's History Month, I rise to tell the story of a constituent struggling to deal with our challenged healthcare system. Yesterday, I hosted a roundtable in Toledo, Ohio, with Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries and our Northwest Ohio health care community. During this roundtable, a constituent told us the story of her niece, newly diagnosed with breast cancer. The niece is employed by a company based in Texas, but she works remotely from Northwest Ohio as she helps take care of her elderly grandmother. But because her employer is out of state, local Ohio facilities will not accept her health insurance because she is outside of the carrier network, as it's called. Thus, for more than 2 weeks, she's had to delay treatment for her newly diagnosed breast cancer prognosis. She wants to be near her family and not be alone while she receives treatment, but unfortunately, she's being squeezed between the sides of our broken health insurance system. If members of our medical community cannot even help their own family navigate this system, something must be done to fix it. This provider failure is simply unacceptable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today in the United States is National Ag Day. This is a day that we recognize that the food on your table came from somewhere, and it isn't just a supermarket or a truck or maybe even a taco truck like in California. Nope, it came from the hard work from a farmer, a rancher, producing for all of us. And one of my goals here as a member of the Ag Committee is to make sure they can keep producing and keep the food on the table. American-grown products are of the highest quality, the highest responsibility as far as labor, environment, and the whole works. But you know what? They still need the tools to be able to do that into the future. We need to pass more immediately another 5-year farm bill. And like in my home state of California, we also need to have the inputs. We need to have a water supply that's steady and growing. As the population grows, we need to increase the state's water supply because more and more of it is going for other things than sustaining agriculture, which has been so strong in the Sacramento Valley and San Joaquin Valley and our whole state. So happy National Ag Day. If you get food on your plate, it came from a farmer. So if you're going to complain about the farmer, just don't do it with your mouth full. I yield back.
For what purpose does my friend, the gentlewoman from California, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
In a time when books and libraries are under attack, I rise to celebrate National Library Week, which begins April 7th. Libraries bring people together and foster growth and collaboration in our communities. From story time and summer lunches for kids to continuing education and book clubs for adults of all ages, our libraries are truly a place for all. In Orange County alone, our library system served over 3 million people just last year, including my family. Yet these community institutions are increasingly targets of extremist, hateful censorship attempts. Libraries should be places where all Americans are free to read, learn, and come together without interference from politicians. During National Library Week, I urge my colleagues to recognize the value libraries bring to all our communities and recommit to supporting these important institutions. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the students of South Glens Falls. Here they go again, as they celebrate another year of extraordinary commitment to their community. Earlier this month, they hosted their 47th annual South High Marathon Dance, a student-led event to raise money for worthy causes, from dedicated community organizations to local families in need. This year, they raised nearly $750,000, adding to an astonishing total of more than $11 million raised since 1978. I was honored to join them at this year's event, where I saw firsthand the enthusiasm and compassion that keep this tradition alive. United by music, dance, and a spirit of giving, these leaders of today and tomorrow demonstrate the power that lies in a commitment to community and a desire to do good, tremendous good. To the students of South Glens Falls, I extend my congratulations on another incredible year of giving and my heartfelt thanks for filling me with inspiration and hope for our collective future. Go Bulldogs! You're loving, you're caring, you're inspirational, you are a strength for our future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Let's see. Oh. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on National Agriculture Day to honor all farmers, farm workers, ranchers, fishers, foresters, and agriculture workers, all who feed and clothe the American people and those beyond. Our nation counts on you, and you deliver every single day. Mr. Speaker, I may add, there's nothing more exciting than seeing the iconic blue jacket and FFA emblem, and of course, a young person wearing it who is interested in agriculture. I can attest firsthand to the talent, passion, and dedication of our young agricultural leaders who are indeed the lifeline. In North Carolina, agriculture is our leading industry, and in the East, a big part of our heritage and way of life. Agriculture plays a crucial role in shaping the future of our region. There's no better time than now to recognize the significance of our agriculture community as we continue cultivating our agriculture leaders of tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We're going to try to do three things tonight. One, I'm going to spend a few minutes sort of talking about folklore. I've tried this a couple times. It hasn't worked, but, you know, hope springs eternal. Sort of walk through some of the comments you get and try to explain, and maybe they're bots, maybe they're made up, but what reality is. The second thing, we're going to walk through the borrowing numbers off the Treasury's website so they're up to date on what's actually happening, and I need to do it over and over and over and over because I'm trying to get this place to understand how fast the numbers are moving away from us. And number three, we're going to do some thought experiments. I'm going to show you some ideas and technology that actually could fairly substantially change the borrowing and debt curve. Okay, first off, for some of the folks, last week, I appreciate Forbes put up on YouTube the last week's floor speech. I think now it has 640,000 people that have viewed it. Wonderful. But then you read some of the comments, and you accept half the comments are from Russian troll farms or Chinese troll farms or Iranian troll farms, or they're bots, so it's just lunacy. But every once in a while you get the person that says, why aren't there any people in the chamber? They're not supposed to be here. The work of the day is done. Now we do our floor speeches. Right now they belong in some evenings. They're still in committee till late at night. It's right now, 7:30 here in Washington. If they're hanging out here, they should be in their offices reading. But one of the reasons you do these presentations, I do them, is you're probably on 1,000 televisions around this campus right now. And maybe there's some staffers who all of a sudden are willing to listen to math. Remember our running joke, this is a math-free zone? Second thing, and I'm just going to do this one because I'm tired of people that don't think. Stop being trite. The scale of the debt problem is real. And whether you're on the left or the right, you have to understand the solutions we move our mouths about saying, we can raise taxes on rich people. And you get about 1.5% of GDP, but you're borrowing about 9.6. And those of us who want to cut things, we got to be honest. I can find you 1.5%, 2% of cuts. But if you're borrowing 9.6% of GDP, which we are this year, you're not really moving the needle. So one of the comments, just to understand how absurd and how stupid, excuse me, that's not fair. I take that back. I apologize. Please take this seriously. So when you have the person that says, and maybe it was a bot, and you see in the comments 20, 30 times, you know, if you just got rid of congressional salaries, we're probably overpaid for our work product. In an entire year, every U.S. senator, every member of the House, get rid of their salaries. It would cover 16 minutes of borrowing in an entire year. In a day, it would cover 2.6 seconds of borrowing. But this is what we call it's fun rhetoric and it's stupid math. And when you have someone willing to say things like that, it once again shows you're not willing to understand the scale that's moving against this country. Remember, over and over and over and over, it's debt that has crushed republics. So let's actually go through some of the other math, and then there's a number of things we're going to go through here, just trying to understand how absurd what's going on is. So I grabbed The Economist magazine, wonderful magazine. It's a little liberal, little European-centric, but you see their cover. Their cover is trying to make the point is we have actually a remarkably healthy economy considering all the stupid that's gone on. Yet, what does it mean to you when magazines like this are actually doing covers saying, well, the amazing American economy, it's still growing, and yet at the same time, last week I was here and told you we were borrowing over $95,000 a second. Now it's no longer $95,000. It's $98,000, I think $300 a second. If we try a little harder, maybe we'll get over $100,000 a second. If you go over the last 365 days, as of today, we're borrowing over $98,000 a second. And almost every dime of that growth in borrowing is interest and different types of health care. And yet, when we look at these, I keep trying to explain over and over and over every dime. So think of this as just, and this is a more update version. So here's what we call discretionary. You see there in the blue or purple, whatever that color is, about half of that's defense. About half of that is everything you think of as government. It's the FBI, it's the Park Service, it's everything else. It's other than mandatory earned benefits. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed. All defense is borrowed. All discretionary is borrowed. And we're heading towards a time where we may actually see, and this is off, if we actually get close to 2.8 trillion and all discretionary is about 2, start thinking that. When you start having another $800 billion of Medicare, of things of that nature borrowed, shouldn't that actually start to create a little sense of stress, panic? Are we going to continue to play the game around here where the left lies saying, we can raise taxes, and then we do stupid things like, well, if we got rid of foreign aid, yes, it would take care of a whole week or so of borrowing. What I'm asking for is to think with a calculator. We have to change policies in a big-time way to save this country. And it's going to be complex. It's going to be hard. You're going to have to read and read and read and understand. But there is hope. I can show you over and over. I've come to this floor and said, if you do these things, you can crash the price of health care. If you adopt these technologies, you can crash the price of this government. And yet these hallways around here are full of people that they're not here to help us cut spending. They're here to help us, but actually help themselves. They want money. They want to either defend their bureaucracies or they want to defend their business models, and they use Congress as a barrier to entry. So let's walk through some more of this. Hand that to you. So one of my other frustrations is, how do you plan? So last May, when we were supposed to be building the 2024 budget, a year ago May, and we're going to vote on some of the rest of it this week, which shows you how dysfunctional we've been, but we were too busy trying to get rid of a speaker. And think of this. In that time, we were fighting over like $16 billion. We're borrowing about $9 billion a day. So we've gone how many months and we never got around to actually working on the real problems because the theatrics are around here. So the Congressional Budget Office last year said, hey, we may only borrow $1.744 billion. And I like to use gross numbers instead of publicly borrowed. And over here, when you borrow from the trust funds, because you got to pay them back, and we do pay interest to the trust funds. So when you borrow out of Social Security, borrow out of the Medicare Part A trust fund, when you borrow out of transportation, we do borrow that money right out, goes to Treasury, goes out the door, and then we give them sort of Treasury note IOUs with interest. And then OMB, Office of Management and Budget, last June said, hey, we're only going to borrow $1.988 trillion in the 2024 fiscal year. And that bottom number is just what we've already borrowed to date, which if you work it out per month, you're looking at a number of 2.8, 2.9 trillion. How do we keep missing the number by $1 trillion? Is that part of the scam? Is that part of the game? Is say, hey, we're going to give a number of prediction, and that's what all the talking heads on television, radio, and the newspapers, and the really diligent press around here fixate on, because it's in their little book, and they're not paying attention that every day, that first board I showed you, you can go onto the Treasury's website and do the math yourself and see where we're actually at. And part of one of the drivers is nothing you get to vote on here. It is the continuation of rising interest rates. So I've had to adjust this. And understand, today's 10 years, I think, was at 4.3. So this is the blend interest rate, which means, let's see if I can make this make sense. So you have a country with about $34.5 trillion of borrowing. But it's really closer to 27, 28 trillion is sold to the public. The rest of that is borrowed internally. What is sold to the public has a couple factors on it. It's duration. Hey, they sold a 6-month. They sold a 1 year. They sold a 5-year. They sold a 10-year. They sold a 30-year. These are bonds. These are notes. These are paper. There's just different names for the different durations. And some were sold years ago when interest rates were basically close to zero. This year, in the 2024 year, with the new issuances of bonds because of our current borrowing, and then the refinancing of old, there's about $10 trillion that gets subject to the new interest rates. So as bonds are rolling off, and then you saw when we had that stressed bond auction, what was it, last November, where the market makers had to buy 24% of it? And a couple of weeks later, Treasury rolls out and says, hey, maybe we're just going to start selling shorter on the curve, because at least that way we know we have the demand, but yes, we're going to pay higher premiums on it. So every couple of weeks, we get the calculation of what our interest load is, and it keeps ticking up on us. And I'm going to show a couple boards here. And look, interest on outstanding debt, the non-negotiable is the debt internally. Publicly held is right now about 3.259 and may continue to tick up as they go shorter on the curve. I know this is geeky. If you don't like math, please go watch something else. But we're selling more and more of our debt short because there's demand there, but that interest, we are paying a premium. And then you want to know why the debt and borrowing keeps going up. It's about how we're financing. And what that ends up creating is this situation here where my predictions, and I'll take responsibility if I'm wrong, because understand my darkness is about $800 billion to almost $1 trillion over what our Congressional Budget Office says, what Office of Management Budget said, but so far I've been right. I also look at it every single day where they put out a number and then several months go by. We're right now on track for coming in over 2.8 trillion borrowing. And remember, I just showed you an economic magazine saying, wow, isn't it amazing how healthy the U.S. economy is? How do you borrow close to $3 trillion? That's a gross number. That's both publicly borrowed and internal borrowing. How do you borrow close to $3 trillion when the economy is good? Need you to think about this, because tax collections are not that far off from the historical average. When we've had very high marginal rates, when we've had very low marginal rates, we're always there about that 17.5, 18.5, sometimes as high as 19% of the economy comes in as taxes. Does this let you know there's something structural out there? And it's the dirty little secret that we all know, but we're afraid to say because it gets us unelected. We tell the truth about where the drivers are. 100% of U.S. borrowing from today through the next 30 years will be interest, healthcare, and if 8 or 9 years when the Social Security Trust Fund is emptied out and we decide whether we're going to let the immorality of doubling senior poverty in America, seniors taking a 25% cut, or do we backfill it with general fund revenues? And if we do that, those three things are 100% of the borrowing for the next 30 years. Everything else is modeled to be pretty flat. Matter of fact, general fund, and related to discretionary, actually has a slightly positive over the 30 years. We got old. It's demographics. We're not supposed to say that around here because we might hurt someone's feelings, but understand, and I brought the charts here a couple weeks ago with the update on fertility rates. In 15 years, this country has more deaths than births. What are we doing to plan for that? What are we doing to plan for the reality? We're heading towards a time where we're going to have about 2.3, 2.4 workers for every person in retirement on Social Security. We know it's coming. It's not a black swan. It's what they nickname a white swan. It means you see it and you still don't do anything about it because we're too busy knifing each other with rhetoric that doesn't make mathematical sense because it's good politics. And now we've done the updates again, and our latest update is no longer this year fitting just interest in this year. I want to say this in a way where I get it fairly accurate. Our latest model says interest in the 2024 fiscal year will be $1,076 billion. When I came here a couple months ago and said we could be heading for a $1 trillion, I got mocked by even some of my colleagues. Schweiger, you got to stop making things up. Well, turns out I'm right. But, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, why don't we take it seriously? We sit here and fight over, it's real money we fight over, but in the same day, we will spend all day fighting over a few million here, which is important, and I'm fine. I'm willing to cut these things. But we're picking up pennies off the ground as the avalanche is crushing us. Because that same day we fought over those millions, we borrowed $8, $9 billion that day when we were fighting over millions. And understand, millions has a lot of different, a trillion has 12 zeros. Start to work your zeros and understand the scale. So, I just put up this slide just because this is our prediction slide, but also to make another point. Here's how spending will work this year, just so people understand the hierarchy. Social Security, we expect $1.45 trillion to go out the door. This is an earned benefit. You worked in America, you paid your FICA tax. If you worked your 40 quarters, you maxed out. But you earned this. The next biggest spend in your government isn't coming from a running tax and trust fund, it's borrowing. And both net and gross. The difference there, once again, is net is just the interest we pay out the door to people that bought our bonds. Gross is also because we owe interest to Social Security and Medicare and all the other trust funds. Both are coming in as the second biggest expense in the U.S. government. Number 3, Medicare. Number 4 is now defense. How many people, if you and I walked down the street and said, hey, what's the number 1 spend in the U.S. government? What's the number 2? Would they say interest is the number 2 expense in this government? And if you think interest rates are about to crash down to where they were the last decade, remember the last decade was a fantasy. We're just now getting back. If you take a look, if you remove sort of the previous decade with the value of money manipulation and interest rates, if you remove that, look at the 35-year average. We're not even high enough to be in the 35-year average yet. The fantasy has to come to an end here. This is reality. And this is one of my continuing frustrations, is I keep looking like CBO. We try to work with them. They do their best. They have to operate with, hey, here's the GDP growth they expected. Here's where Treasury tells them what receipts are going to come in. We call tax revenues receipts. That's the proper term. And then, but over and over and over, we keep missing the numbers. And when you start missing your numbers by $1 trillion, makes the job a little tricky when the people you rely on, the data you rely on, because we missed how high interest rates. Remember last October, everyone, oh, Fed's going to start cutting. And inflation the last 2 months really hasn't gone down. This isn't a non sequitur, it ties in. We suffer inflation because we spent too much money. Even the left-wing academic studies from last year, which wanted to blame supply chain, had that as part of it, but some of them said as much as half was supply chain. Some said it's only about 40%, but supply chains are fixed. Here we are a couple years later. How are we still running hot again? We are paying the price for spending money in ways that did not actually spike productivity. When you subsidize things, do you get the most efficient, the cheapest, the best way to produce them? It doesn't work that way. You need to make it so there's a level of competition that the best, fastest product and the reinvestment in your capital. So it's the difference between supply side and sort of the Keynesian investments. And now you've seen both. You saw productivity gains with the tax reform, and now you've seen what happened with inflation reduction, where you got inflation. And now the last 2 months, it hasn't been going down the way it's supposed to. So expect these interest rates I just showed you to continue. And if you live in my neighborhood, if you live in the Scottsdale, Phoenix area, wonderful area, absolutely incredibly beautiful this time of year, and from January 21 till last month, actually 2 months ago, if you're not making 23.6% more, you are poorer today than you were in that January 21. You want to know why people are cranky? Understand how many of our brothers and sisters around the country, particularly in the working class, you are poorer today. In my area, if you're not making 23.6% more than that January 21 date, you are poorer today. And look, if we want to go down the rabbit hole, part of the idea of stabilizing debt, when someone says, we're going to go pay it all off, really? Let's see, the debt basically equals the entire size of this economy. Just the debt. You're going to go pay it off? From an economic standpoint, right now, be joyful if we could just stabilize it. That means the growth of the debt can only grow as fast as we are being productive as a society, as the growth of this economy. But right now, you have a problem. In 2023, at that time, and this is publicly held debt, this isn't my gross debt, we borrowed $2.6 trillion from the public, and the estimate is the economy grew about 1.5. But it's that delta that kills you until you squeeze those two back together. So you only grow debt at the pace you grow the economy. That's stability. And then maybe you can get some more discipline and adoption of technologies and better ways to do things, and you start to separate those so you can start to pay down that principal. because the interest doesn't buy you anything. All right, I'm not going to make you have to deal with some of these. All right, now here's where you light yourself. How do I say this nicely? Here's where I hurt people's feelings. Remember how a little moment ago I was trying to explain the primary drivers of U.S. sovereign debt? I need to update this board because the 30-year number was 116 trillion of borrowing, and that's from a year or two ago. Our best math right now is close to 130 trillion of borrowing over the next 30 years. So, if you're still a decade from retirement and you think you're going to live another 20 years, you've got to understand the sort of dystopian level of what we're going to have to do to the U.S. dollar, to your savings, to those things. You don't think this is going to crush your retirement? How about me? I accept I'm an old dad, but I have a 20-month-old and I have an 8-year-old. Do they deserve to have prosperity? Understand, my little boy, when he is 23 years old, I believe is the number, U.S. taxes, every U.S. tax has to be double what it is today just to cover projected spending. And that's baseline spending. That's no war, no recession, no pandemic, just baseline. So if any of you plan to be around here in 20-some years, are you prepared to have your taxes doubled? That's the math. I mean, I know this is a math-free zone, but at least some point I'm pitching to your self-interest. Do you care? And it doesn't have to be that way. There are solutions. But the hard part of this board is trying to explain to people 100% of the borrowing that's coming over the next 30 years. Medicare, if we backfill Social Security when the trust fund is gone in 8-9 years, and interest that we're paying on these. The rest of the budget actually has a slightly positive balance, meaning it comes in under its growth curve, underneath the projected receipts. And now we're going to talk about first understanding one of the key problems in our society, and then we're going to try to think a couple thought experiments. Can we be creative to understand the problem and be disruptive? What could we do to have a healthier, more prosperous society? Well, one of the first things is you got to understand some of the things that are wrong here. The U.S. is an outlier in disease and disability trends. Or, for some reason, we are dramatically sicker than much of the rest of the industrialized world. Okay, it's just math. We have the data. You're all smart, at least if you're punishing yourself enough to watch an idiot like me talk, you got to be either interested or not have a life. But somewhere here you understand here, there's something wrong in the U.S. We are sicker than much of the rest of the world. And the fact of the matter is, you just saw a chart that I was showing that healthcare costs are the primary driver of U.S. debt. Okay, so let's actually walk through. So what are the good things? What could we do? What could we do to disrupt that? There's a couple of amazing articles from a couple of years ago for my Democrat colleagues who tell me how important taking on income inequality is. Really interesting abstract studies that sort of say, is it education? Yeah, that's a big play. Turns out health was it was actually above everything else in the disparity of creating income inequality. Urban poor, my tribal poor in a place like Arizona, rural poor. And you look at it, and when diabetes is 33% of all of our healthcare spend in America, why doesn't this place go nuts in trying to fix diabetes? Instead, what we did something that's absolutely absurd. So in the Inflation Reduction Act, they take $16 billion, give it to the very big pharma that they complain about that was gouging on insulin. At the same time, 75 miles from here, there's a co-op making 3 brands of generic insulin cheaper than the subsidized price. Why wouldn't we take a fraction of that money and put it into saying, we want competition, we want everyone battling to give us the best product and the best prices. I'm going to show a weird little technology just as part of the thought experiment. But instead, they subsidized the very big pharma that they complained about was gouging people. And then you crushed the competition and was trying to come in cheaper because now they can't compete against the subsidized price. This is the absurdity of this place. We need more of this. There's finally, you start to see the curve. There's finally, because of some of the breakthroughs in synthetic biology, we're going to talk a little bit about AI. The artificial intelligence is about to have a revolution in bringing cures to market dramatically faster. Dramatically faster. We've actually now had the first couple AI drugs designed to make it through the FDA. As you know, 6 weeks ago, we had the first genetic drug cure sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell. And what we learned from that technology, there's more coming. How do we make it possible that it doesn't take $100 million or $1 billion to bring one of these drugs to market when we now have the ability to crunch data in ways that we were never able to do before, to understand efficacy and safety and effectiveness? We could do it by policy. Is that Republican or Democrat, or is that just sort of joining into this century? This is a wonderful chart trying to just point out the capital markets are starting to spend money in places to cure people. I will argue one of the most moral things we could do and one of the most powerful things we could do for U.S. sovereign debt, make Americans much less sick. Now, this is where I'll get some really nasty comments. Almost half, and I've brought the charts and the reports and the academic studies. So if diabetes is 33% of all spending, half of human diseases, so there's 3,000 plus human conditions, half of them are related to obesity. Do we think about things we could do in farm policy and nutrition policy, in helping our brothers and sisters live better, healthier, more prosperous, ability to join into the labor force, maybe family formation, crushing income inequality? Is that Republican or Democrat? Yes, it will really, really annoy a whole bunch of incumbent business models that need sick people. But even they have souls. We're on the cusp of miracles. Why aren't we doing this? Poor health reduces labor force participation. This is an absurd chart, except for the fact this is from Goldman Sachs. And they were just doing this thought experiment. These semaglutides, which I think there's a generic one that's going to be here in May. There's a couple great articles if you want to go, use your favorite search engine about some small molecule versions that will cost dramatically less to make, and they're coming. There's going to be competition. The prices are coming down. These are these GLP-1s. But they were just doing the thought experiment of what would happen. What would happen if all of a sudden we started to get healthier as a society? Okay, is that Republican or Democrat? Be the most powerful thing we could do for U.S. sovereign debt? Are we ready to step up and take on the armies of lobbyists here who are upset with us every time we come up with... Do you remember when we were trying to do telehealth? Before the pandemic, telehealth was one of the most lobbied against technologies in Washington, D.C. And then the pandemic hit, and it turns out people had figured out how to work their phone. Believe in the American people. Stop treating them like children, but also stop coddling those who make money off of our illnesses. So let's actually take a look. This was fascinating. And once again, I want to thank Joint Economic Republican staff for being willing to go down the rabbit hole, talk to the Goldman Sachs economists, and try to understand how they got these numbers. The basic pitch here is they were trying to figure out if there was a wider use and accessibility for the semaglutides, the GLP-1s. These are the hormone molecules your gut produces to tell you you're full. And it helped reduce diabetes, helped reduce obesity in America. They were actually coming up that it actually had a substantial effect on growing the economy. It actually increased GDP. It's at least worth thinking about. This is the thought experiment portion of this program. Think about it. So if I came to you tomorrow, actually today, let's just do it right now, and said, I need something from you we could roll out, and in the next 6 months, we could have a major effect on reducing U.S. spending. Okay, I have all sorts of things I could cut. I know my brothers and sisters on the left, they would want to raise taxes on people, but I need a policy that you could have a major effect. We have multiple academic studies that make it clear that about 16% of U.S. healthcare spending is people actually not adhering to their drugs. So someone like me, can you believe I have high blood pressure? As long as I take my calcium inhibitor, I don't stroke out. You know, it's a pill that costs, in many ways, it's pennies. It's been off patent for decades and decades and decades. As long as I do my drug adherence, 16% of U.S. healthcare spending is people not adhering to their pharmaceutical policy, or whatever the bright way to say that. You do realize 16% of U.S. healthcare spending is close to $600 billion. What if you got a third of that? What if I came to you and said, hey, we can get $200 billion of savings and make our brothers and sisters healthier, maybe few of them dying? Well, it turns out there are crazy, simple little things, like the pill bottle cap that just beeps at you if you don't open it in the morning. And it's like 99 cents. How many of us have a phone that, the pharmacy, the doctor's office, however you want to do it, could beep at you in the morning and say, hey, remember, it's that time, you should really do this. It's not the way this place thinks. This place thinks about subsidies, giveaways. So remember, the Obamacare, ACA, was a finance bill. It was who had to pay and who got subsidized, and then how much federal money also went into subsidies. It was a financing package. The Republican alternative was a financing package. Medicare for All is a financing bill. How about the revolution of thought? Why don't we change what we pay by making our brothers and sisters healthier, or maybe curing some things? So this is one of the simplest thought experiments I can give you. If U.S. healthcare, 16% of it is people not engaging in adherence, why not take that on? Is that Republican or Democrat? Or is that just the adoption of technology? Is it just trying to be creative? Look, there's other quirky things, and this is more my personal fascination. I actually am blessed to have a couple staffers who are doing experiments with some of the different wearables that actually can use the data to help them stay healthier, to find out their bodies, because the beauty of you get data off you for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it starts to tell you things. Oh, when I ate that, my body didn't like it. Oh, when I slept this way, my body did like it. These have crashed in price. There's even some health insurance companies now that are working with you saying, will you do a wearable? Look, a couple years ago, I came here, I met a material science professor who had come up with this thing, and we always joked, we called it the flu kazoo. It was something you blew into. It was a breath biopsy. It could almost tell you within a couple minutes, a couple moments, you had a certain type category of virus. It could bang off your health records, and then could order your antivirals. Would that help us? Would that make us healthier? Would that cut down the cycle time so you don't wait in the waiting room? Yes, except the problem is in most places that technology would be illegal because it would be the algorithm writing a prescription. And every time I say this, I will get someone that says, David, we're going to try to run ads against you because We make money writing prescriptions. I'm just trying to make America healthier, and I'm trying to find a way to take down the debt so we don't crush ourselves. The adoption of technology that if it's as accurate and statistically, a model like that is more accurate than you and I can be as humans. Why don't we promote it? Why don't we allow people the freedom to take care of themselves while using technology? All right, now here's a crazy one, and I'm going to do this one just because it amused me. Remember how a couple minutes ago I was complaining about Democrats and the way they approached insulin because it was a great campaign issue, but it was technologically vacuous? So here's one. How about if you'd taken a couple of dollars or just actually helped this? So it turns out they have succeeded at doing a DNA tweak to some cattle, and the cattle will produce insulin at a fraction of the price. And you could actually do different tweaks for different types of insulin. I mean, I'm just starting to read the academic article, but it exists. These are quirky solutions. And when you have debates around here, it becomes a debate of give away money or give away more money. It's not embrace something that disrupts and makes people healthier and actually at the same time doesn't blow up the U.S. debt and deficits. You can be moral and also have a fiscal brain around here. It just requires some literacy. Maybe along being a math-free zone, we don't read things. I subscribe to a lot of crazy journals, so I come up with this stuff. I guess my reason for the thought experiment, Mr. Speaker, we're in real trouble. There is hope. But the hope only works if this body finds some way to think differently. I yield back. Sir?
We don't have the 10 hours. We're going to go straight to Ms. Kamek once we see her come out of it.
So the gentleman over here. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Kamek, for 30 minutes.
Perfect. Mr. Al Gordon.
Can you just say the gentlelady is recognized?
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous materials.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of a beloved and invaluable neighbor who will be remembered by our community for years to come. His name was Alfonso Lee Gordon Sr., affectionately known as Mr. Al. Mr. Al passed away unexpectedly last year. He was an institution at the Marion County Board of County Commissioners and a proud Army veteran. He loved hosting annual banquets, bringing in cupcakes for coworkers, and providing radio correspondence for emergency telecommunicators and public safety agencies during emergencies, including hurricanes and severe storms, of which Florida is no stranger. He was a friend to all who knew him, as he gave so much of himself every single day. He was a true public servant, and his loss came as a shock to everyone who treasured his friendship. Several members of our team work closely with him in Marion County and remember him fondly for his smile and his helping hand. Thank you, Mr. Al, for having served our community. The lives you touched won't forget and can never repay your hand of friendship. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in celebration of the Gator Nation's very own Dr. Juan Gilbert. A professor from the University of Florida, Dr. Gilbert has his PhD in and teaches computer science. On campus, he leads the Computing for Social Good lab, dedicates time to the National Society of Black Engineers, and mentors students. Additionally, he has 17 publications and 40 awards and distinctions. It's impressive. His entire career is decorated with outstanding and admirable works. But today, there is one milestone in particular that I would like to recognize Dr. Gilbert as having been awarded the National Medal of Technology and Innovation, the highest honor given only to trailblazers who have made technological advancements for the betterment of our nations and fellow Americans. Applauded for his expertise in human-centered computing, he is the inventor of a universal voting system that revolutionized the accessibility and reliability of elections around the world. This honor is a tremendous one, not just for Mr. Gilbert, but for the entire University of Florida community. Go Gators. I have never been shy about the accomplishments of our beloved university and the incredible talent that it brings to Gainesville and certainly the world. This is no exception. Thank you, Dr. Gilbert, for your commitment to serving our country, and go Gators. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Mr. Olajuwon White, Florida's 3rd Congressional District Veteran of the Year for 2023. Mr. White currently serves as the Director of Veteran Services for Levy County, Florida. And in this role, he works to help veterans with casework related to compensation, pension, burial benefits, educational assistance, and so much more. His career began as a hospital corpsman in the United States Navy. He's certified as an independent duty corpsman and surgical technician. And following his military service, Ollie, as we like to call him, worked with Alachua County as a senior veterans claims counselor, working with hundreds of veterans to file claims and leading educational sessions for our local veterans and their dependents. He also has experience working with the VA as a field examiner in Tampa. Now, outside his professional capacity, Mr. White works hard to engage veterans in Levy County and the surrounding area, turning what was once a quiet area for our heroes into a vibrant community where veterans know that they will receive the attention and support that they need at the federal and local level. It was an honor to recognize Ollie in our Gainesville district office in January for all of his hard work leading to this honor. He is a treasured member of our district veteran community and an irreplaceable leader in Levy County. Congratulations, Ollie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize 2 constituents of mine, Rodney and Loretta Tyree, the owners of T&T Barbecue and Southern Home Cooking in Jasper, Florida. As Hurricane Idalia made its way across north central Florida, thousands of Floridians were left without power for days. The small community of Jasper, located just a few miles south of the Georgia border, it's a tight-knit community. And quite frankly, when disaster struck, they sprang into action. The owners of T&T Barbecue worked to serve the community using a standby generator, providing fresh meals to all of those whose homes and businesses had been damaged or lost in the storm. They worked out of the kindness of their hearts during a time of need for many. It's folks like the Tyree family who make North Central Florida the best place to live, work, and play, and raise a family. Thank you, Rodney and Loretta, for everything that you do for our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge an extraordinary student and scholar with ties to Florida's 3rd Congressional District, the Gator Nation, Mr. Caleb Aperson. Caleb is a recent graduate from the University of Illinois and a current Fulbright Scholar at the National University of Chengchi, also known as NCCU. For his undergraduate degree, he majored in East Asian languages and culture, minored in political science, and earned a critical language scholarship through the Department of State. Studying in Mandarin, he is earning his graduate degree in international law and business to deepen his understanding of the cultural, religious, political, and historical identity of Taiwan. He dreams of becoming a language analyst with our national security agencies to facilitate productive conversations between the United States and Taiwan on the global stage. Caleb is using his skills and education to become a diplomatic problem solver in our ever-modernizing and complicated world. We're especially proud of his work to continue the great relationship between the United States and Taiwan, one of our strongest allies in Asia. We will need skilled young men like him to serve as leaders, and I am proud to have someone with his intellectual curiosity and caliber willing to take on the challenge. Congratulations on your scholarship, Caleb, and we look forward to seeing all that's ahead in your career of public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of a beloved and invaluable neighbor who will also always be remembered in our community for his servant leadership, selflessness, and goodwill to all. Charles Chestnut III was a beloved husband, father, grandfather, and friend. As a young man, he served in the U.S. Army and attended Bethune-Cookman University and the Eccles School of Mortuary Science in Philadelphia. After returning home to Gainesville, he was elected to the Alachua County School Board and worked for 16 years to represent all students and families. He was the first Black Alachua County School Board member and went on to become a commissioner for the Board of Alachua County Commissioners, and he was also recognized as a talented businessman, operating Chestnut Funeral Home for over 6 decades. In addition to his impressive career, he led the Alachua County NAACP Youth Council and was an active member in the Mount Pleasant United Methodist Church of Gainesville. He was a staunch advocate of civil rights, a believer in education, and a friend to all that had the privilege of knowing him. Mr. Chestnut was married to Gainesville City Commissioner Cynthia Moore Chestnut for more than 45 years and was the father to 6 children. Alachua County Commissioner Charles Chuck Chestnut IV, local businessman and attorney Christopher Chestnut, and daughters Pamela, Janice, Tia, and Candace. I want to thank him for his service to our country and to our community. I am so grateful for the example that he set for generations to come, and he will be missed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to thank and congratulate my friend Susan Crowley on her retirement from the University of Florida. Ms. Crowley retired in January from her role as Assistant Vice President for Community Relations after an impressive 17 years serving the Gator Nation. Her efforts to connect Alachua County and the university were felt across the last 2 decades and will undoubtedly impact future Gators. She has fostered a community of service and connection through her 2 signature programs, Discovery Breakfast, of which I have attended many, and Gators Volunteer, of also a program I have been a part of. These programs have educated, connected, and served our neighbors in the greater Gainesville area, connecting UF students with surrounding communities. Susan also served as a point of contact and liaison between the University of Florida, local chambers, local governments, and has spearheaded fundraisers for Keystone organizations. She has helped raise millions of dollars for organizations including the Boys and Girls Club of Northeast Florida, Florida Wildlife Care, and the Lupus Foundation of America. She has also spearheaded the UF campaign for charities, giving an annual $1 million of effort. Susan, your impact has been monumental in bettering the lives of our neighbors in North Central Florida. Thank you for everything that you have done, and we hope that you enjoy your well-earned retirement. And of course, go Gators. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and memory of Joseph Eugene Fricks of Ocala, Florida, who passed away December of 2023. Joe was a gifted aviator and a treasured family man. During his life, Joe had the honor of serving on the flight deck and transporting the Presidential Press Corps during the presidencies of Nixon, Ford, Reagan, Bush Sr., and Clinton. Later in life, Joe proudly flew countless American troops home from the Middle East while transporting critical equipment and supplies. Whether it was fundraising by piloting airplanes at local air shows, transporting the Presidential Press Corps, or volunteering to clean the bathrooms every Sunday after Mass at Ocala's Blessed Trinity Church, he continued giving till the very end. He was considered an expert and an authority among his peers, a smiling face to his neighbors, a daddy to his children, and a loving paw to his grandchildren and great-grandchildren. His family, friends, and community miss him dearly. Joe, you will be sincerely missed. Thank you for your service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Dr. Scott Engel, the University of Florida's newest provost, appointed by President Ben Sasse. An author to over 300 scientific publications and holder of 7 patents, Dr. Engel's knowledge is unparalleled. During his time as a professor with UF-IFAS, Dr. Engel's areas of expertise included management of natural resources, food sciences, soil sciences, and more. He most recently served as the Senior Vice President for Agriculture and Natural Resources before transitioning to his role as current provost. As Vice President of IFAS, he undoubtedly made the University of Florida's Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences a center of excellence and actively strived to improve the education of each and every student. In this role, he promised an immersive education, and he certainly delivered. His mentorship and example encouraged students to immerse themselves in internships, study abroad experiences, professional internships, competitive teams, leadership development, the Ambassadors Program, and the Leadership Institute. And of course, a first-rate university like UF would only have a first-rate leader such as Dr. Scott Engel in the position of leadership to guide the next few years of this top 5 public university. Congratulations on your new and exciting role at the University of Florida, Dr. Engel. It is such an honor to know you and to have worked with you over the years. I have no doubt that you will continue to do amazing things. And as always, it's great to be a Florida Gator. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of a titan in conservative politics and thought in North Central Florida, Mr. Ward Scott. Ward graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in English in 1966 and a Master of Education in 1969 from the University of Florida. After his studies, he became a longtime Santa Fe college English instructor from 1969 until 2007. And he served as president of the College Senate for multiple years in the early 2000s. He returned to Santa Fe as a professor emeritus in 2008 and received the Santa Fe Lifetime Achievement Award in 2009. Ward served the public in a variety of ways over the years, including on the City of Alachua's Affordable Housing Committee, the Economic Advisory Committee, and the Weed and Seed Grant Committee. He also served on the Alachua County Rural Concerns Advisory Committee and in 2009 as the City of Archer's interim city manager. He was an avid tennis player, skier, and supporter of the arts. Most recently, in his retirement, Ward hosted the Ward Scott Files, a podcast, live show that he broadcast on Facebook to discuss local, state, and national issues. I was honored to join his show on a number of occasions after my election to Congress, and it was always wonderful to talk with him and hear his passion for our country and the issues that mattered the most to him. His loss is one that we will feel for a long time in our Gainesville community, and we send our condolences to Ward's wife, Barbara, and his family. His legacy will surely live on with those who had the honor of knowing him. Rest in peace, Ward. We will miss you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor the life and memory of Mr. Roger West, who passed away peacefully at home last month. He fought against a recent reoccurrence of lung cancer with great courage. Roger would say that he was a cattle rancher his entire life, learning about raising cattle from his grandfather in Polk County, Florida. He was the first in his family to attend college at the University of Florida, where he focused his studies on the cattle industry and agri-science research. And while at UF, he met fellow Gator Ellen from Miami, who would later become his wife. Roger earned a bachelor's and master's of science in animal science and later moved his young family to College Station, Texas, to attend Texas A&M University for his PhD in meat science and muscle biology. The West family then returned to Gainesville and UF shortly thereafter, where Roger taught and did research before becoming a professor in 1983. After 20 years on the UF faculty, Roger retired as a professor emeritus in 2003 and spent his retirement doing what he loved most, spending time with his family and developing his cattle ranch. Roger served the ag community in Florida with gusto, serving with the American Meat Association, the USDA, NCBA, the Florida Cattlemen's Association, and Florida Farm Bureau. He proudly supported FFA and young students interested in ranching and agriculture in the Sunshine State. Dr. West was an amazing husband, father, and friend to so many. I certainly considered him a friend of mine. His legacy will certainly live on in those who had the honor of knowing and working alongside him. He will be missed. May I inquire how much time I have remaining, Mr. Speaker?
The gentlewoman has 11 minutes remaining.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Chris and Ania Wakeman, the owners of Blackwater Restaurant in Yankeetown, Florida. Now, for those unfamiliar, Yankeetown is a very small town on the banks of the Withlacoochee River in North Florida. It's pretty rural. But while it is just a small town to some, the Yankeetown community has always rallied in ways that many cannot imagine during times of need. Hurricane Idalia was no different. Last August, when power was still not yet restored, and residents were working to pick up the pieces and survey the damage to their homes and businesses, heck, while many of their homes and businesses were still underwater, Chris and Ania opened their restaurant to anyone who needed a meal or a place to spend time over the next couple of days. While they were in no way obligated to serve their community, they stepped up to support their neighbors out of the kindness of their hearts, expecting nothing in return. They demonstrate the best of Florida's 3rd Congressional District and remind me why I am so terribly proud of our region and our district, especially our resiliency in the face of a natural disaster of this magnitude. On behalf of Florida's 3rd Congressional District, thank you to the Wakemans for embodying the spirit of service that we all strive to represent. We are grateful for everything that you do and the example that you set for others in the Sunshine State. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Hawthorne Hornets on their state championship title in the 2023 Class 1. With a 22-13 defeat of Madison County, the Hornets took home the top spot in the class. The Hornets varsity football team won 13 games in their season before going on to the state tournament, where they won for a 2nd year in a row. Their coach, Cornelius Ingram, a previous football player for the University of Florida and NFL, turned the program around for the past few years and has led his student athletes to a series of impressive wins. In the wise words of Vince Lombardi, the measure of who we are is what we do with what we have. These young men gave it their absolute best and have made their high school, their community, and our congressional district so incredibly proud over these past 2 years. Congratulations to the Hawthorne Hornets and to Coach Ingram for taking home the football state championship. Go Hornets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Bradford Tornadoes on their state qualifying football team. This varsity football team, coached by Jamie Rogers, won 14 games before going on to the state tournament, where they played their absolute best and showed their school spirit. Bradford County High and the surrounding community is so proud of this football team and their hard work. I know I am. Congratulations again to this amazing team of talented young men on an outstanding season. Go Tornadoes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the bravery and heroism of downed Canine Deputy Canine Leo, a beloved member of the Marion County Sheriff's Office. Canine Leo was shot on Saturday, February 17th, and died from his injuries on Tuesday, February 20th. Canine Leo and his handler were responding to a battery and strangulation call when the suspect at the scene fired shots at Canine Leo and other law enforcement officers. The Marion County Sheriff's Office transported Leo to the University of Florida's emergency veterinarian clinic, where he was treated but ultimately succumbed to his injuries. Paying the ultimate price, Canine Leo did exactly what he was trained to do: serve and protect. My thoughts and prayers are with his handler, Corporal Justin Totora, and the Marion County Sheriff's Office, as well as Ocala and Marion County communities. Canine Leo won't soon be forgotten, and we know that his legacy and superior training will be passed on to the next generation of law enforcement canines in Marion County and in the Sunshine State. Rest in peace, Canine Leo. We've got the watch. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to thank the Village's Woodworkers Club. For over a decade, these carpenters have been working to provide their community with handcrafted toys and other wooden products, including urns for our veterans. What began as a small group of people making Christmas toys for children in Florida's 3rd Congressional District grew into what is now an organization of more than 1,400 people making more than 6,000 toys a year. While these woodworkers deliver Christmas joy throughout the holiday season, they also play an important role during other times of year out of respect for our veterans in need of a dignified burial. All too often, our veterans are forgotten when they return home, and this sadly is no different when they pass away. Inspired to provide beautifully made urns for veterans who do not have family or the financial means to afford funeral costs, our village carpenters give veterans a beautiful and final resting place. The Village's Woodworkers Club works closely with 6 cemeteries in north central Florida to ensure that each cemetery always has 10 urns on hand. They have also donated 50 urns to the Missing in America project. These patriots have selflessly given their time, expertise, and craftsmanship to ensure that our veterans are remembered and respected. Thank you for taking care of our own. We certainly are grateful for your service. All right. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Does the gentlewoman from North Central Florida have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. According to the House, stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.